Good morning, almost noon. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, February 8th, and I will ask John if he has any additions or deletions to the agenda.
We have one proposed addition to the agenda to add an executive session at the end of the agenda for the purpose of discussing 50 North River Road OST acquisition and potential litigation, discussion with council pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4B.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to amend the agenda.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Hi, Steve. How's Alaska?
Alaska's good. I vote aye also.
Short days,
Fine
cold
wine.
weather?
Couldn't find my mouse there.
Moose in the backyard?
Oh, it's snowing today. It just is snow on trees is what you're looking at out the window.
All right. And then I'd like to open up public comment. I think we have some people here for public comment. Bill, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Come on up, introduce yourself, and talk to us.
Can I pick a good chair?
Good choice, good choice.
Bill Dinsmore, Woody Creek Caucus. This is a non-agenda item. On your future agenda, coming up very soon, will be a request to extend operating hours at the Elam Wagner gravel pit. We invited a representative from the operator to come to our caucus meeting. He came and gave testimony. We spoke about it subsequently, and the caucus does not support extending of a gravel pit crushing operations for an additional month. We believe that if they get in trouble because of breakdowns or demand or other sort of things and need more aggregate, they can come before you and request emergency extension of their operating hours, which they've done in the past. And we think that is a preferred alternative to giving them an extra month. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to ask you a question about
Oh,
that.
yes.
If I may. And I was at that caucus meeting, and I don't remember you taking a vote on that.
We didn't. It was afterwards.
Oh,
Afterwards.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Ellen?
My name is Ellen Anderson. I'm a concerned citizen, longtime resident, and I'm here as a representative of the 501c3 that Amory Lovins and Susan Taylor is here, and I have put together called Aspen Fly-Right. It's a scientific and educational organization, and our purpose is to investigate the science of implications for airside for any changes on the air side of the airport. And what we've done is, you may have seen in the newspapers, we've published 5 or 6 essays, which are, the newspaper ads are just one page, but they're backed up by very scholarly, referenced, footnoted, documented essays. And what we've done is, because some people have different ways of liking to read things, we've printed up some binders for those of you who like it on paper, as I do. I like to put sticky notes and write things in the margin, and especially with the footnotes, flip back and forth. So Susan will give a binder, a hard binder, to anybody who wants it. You'll notice that the binders are only about half full. We have 10 tabs. Only 6 are full right now. We're kind of at a halfway point now, but we wanted to get the printed copies out for those of you who like to read on paper. And then as we get the subsequent essays published, we'll print them out and provide them to you, and you can just add them in the 6, 7, 8, or 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Thanks, Susan.
So little light reading for you.
have one, but I'll
And I want to emphasize that we are educational, scientific. We have aspenflyright.org, which is is becoming a very robust website. And one of the things we really want to do is make sure that everything we say is accurate. And if you go to aspenflyright.org, you'll see that there is a place for corrections. So if anybody sees any error at all, we please welcome you to point it out to us, and we will correct it, because we want to be 100% accurate. So anyway, little light reading for you. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah.
So, Francie,
Yeah, Steve?
If Ellen could leave a copy for me, if someone could put
Yeah,
it
we
on
got
my
it.
desk upstairs,
Yeah.
We got
I'd
it.
appreciate that.
I got 'em right
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ellen. Anybody else want to make public comments this morning? Or actually, this afternoon by 4 minutes? All right, I'm going to close the public comment and look for commissioners' comments. Anybody, any of the commissioners?
Oh, yeah, I'll make a comment.
Okay.
Steve, I hope you're enjoying that time up there, but I asked you if you'd bring that baby on your knee for the meeting. She is adorable. Steve is up visiting his first grandchild, his granddaughter, and he's a very happy guy, and she's getting used to him up there. So we're glad that Steve's had a chance to go visit. And I just wanted to let people know we have a lot coming up. We have the FIS races coming up here in March, the first part of March. And I hope everybody's excited. And I see that they're putting snow fencing up on the old World Cup down Aztec, so it's exciting to see that. And again, the streets are very slippery. You know, me and my public safety comments, be careful out there. Please drive safely and slow down on Highway 82. We know that there's been issues in Glenwood Canyon with semi-trucks. Most of them, they're looking into the cause of accidents, whether it's road conditions on top of excessive speed. So please be careful out there. We want everyone to have a happy and safe winter, because I think we have 6 more weeks of winter. And there's end in sight, and we've got great snowpack, and so we'll have great water in the rivers for the summer. So everybody enjoy. Thank you.
I wanted to say congratulations to the Aspen dance team that just won the national championships. That was really, really exciting. And, wish good luck to the Glenwood swimming team, where I happen to have a
Swimmer?
yes. Amelie Ogilvy is really good. There are some other good swimmers too, but good luck to them when they go down to Denver on Friday. And I also wanted to report to the public that yesterday I spent the day at the Wildlife Commission public meeting in Rifle, which was very well attended. I think there were over 200 people there.
Wow.
Public comment took about 2 hours. And the stakeholders group, including myself, we spoke for a very short time, but just to give our support to the plan that the CPW had, that's the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, had given to the Wildlife Commission as the recommendations of the stakeholders group. And there was a lot of discussion about lethal control of wolves, if there were problem wolves who were depredating livestock, and we talked a little bit about what that would look like. And then there was a discussion about whether or not to ever allow open hunting season on wolves. And the Wildlife Commission, for the most part, was very clear that they can't imagine ever supporting that. And the stakeholders group, when we passed on our recommendations to CPW, and then CPW, when they passed the draft plan onto the Wildlife Commission, had been very clear that this is not the time to discuss wolf hunting, that it should be off the table, it's way in the future, and wolves are still protected in the state of Colorado and federally. So if the 10J doesn't pass, which is a little complicated for most people in the public, but it has to do with the number of wolves and whether or not it's an experimental population, and if it were, meaning they weren't in dire need of going extinct, then we would be able to use lethal control. The CPW would be able to use lethal control if there were depredations, but that their recommendation is that they strongly recommend not even discussing the possibility of hunting wolves as a recreational activity or taking them off the non-game list, non-game being animals that you cannot get a license to kill. And so then I went home, and this morning I heard that the brand inspector, who had been up working with our cattle, had said that the Wildlife Commission had talked about never having any lethal control of wolves at all. So it was just a really good example to me of how rapidly things can be misunderstood and spread. So I just wanted to be clear about that to the public, that lethal control by the CPW in cases of depredation and livestock loss is still on the table. So, Greg, do you have any public comments? or commissioner comments?
Can I add
Nope.
to your wolf comment?
Yeah.
I am really excited to see about the tracking of the wolves up in North Park, up in the Walden, Jackson County area. I read the article in the paper, which was very interesting, about how wolves are really hard on collars.
Yeah. In fact, the older male did in fact lose his collar in the last 2 days.
Oh,
We just learned that yesterday.
well, that one didn't take long at all,
I
did it?
know. And they did find the collar, and they did see the wolf. So, they're getting a mortality signal from the collar, which doesn't mean that the wolf has reached mortality. It means that it hasn't moved. And so they went and searched. They found the collar, and they spotted the wolf, which is great. And he was fine and healthy. So,
He was watching them to see if they were going to come get his collar.
so that was good news that they hadn't all been killed in Wyoming, at least from my perspective. So
Thanks for clearing that up, because it was a great article in the paper.
it was a really good article in the paper.
Yeah.
Say again? Steve?
Thank you. Let's see, a couple of comments about wolves. One, these are from articles that I have just seen in the last day. One, in Sweden, they had a wolf hunt and they actually killed 74 wolves there in Sweden because the farmers were concerned about the wolves, killing some of their livestock. And in Sweden, they said, the wildlife officials there say they need to maintain at least 500 wolves in Sweden to have a genetic diversity and have the packs of wolves actually be healthy and sustainable. And they're below that number right now after this hunt that was, I think, subsidized by the government. So Sweden is having kind of the same issues and discussions that we are having in Colorado right now. Another article had to do with some calves in the Meeker area that were killed by canines, and the CPW officials have just determined that it was not caused by wolves. There was no wolf activity anywhere near there at the time, and there was a pack of 9 domestic dogs who were roaming around in the area. That just points out the fact that people with dogs need to keep them under control because dogs have killed a lot of livestock over the years. They'll kill chickens, alpacas, lambs, calves, and when dogs get in a pack, they become unruly and kind of, I think their primal instincts maybe kick in and they start doing a pack mentality of going and killing something, working together. So people need to control your domestic dogs because they can create problems for livestock and wildlife both. And then I'll report a little bit from my past weekend when I was working on policy for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, which will be taken to the National Farmers Union Convention in early March. And one of the big things that we are going to try to get into the National Farmers Union policy is a new section which would deal with western rivers of the United States and the drought, the effects of drought on that, and action steps that should be taken as a result of that. So initially we were looking just at the Colorado River Basin, but if you look at the entire western United States, there are severe problems in the Rio Grande River, the Arkansas River, the South Platte River, the Snake River, different rivers in California going into the ocean. So it's a widespread problem everywhere west of the 100th meridian of the United States, which is the dry part of the country. And so we're hoping that we can gain some traction in speaking with people involved in agriculture from the eastern United States, where they tend to have too much water, and a lot of them don't understand how you could have not enough water. So that's an interesting thing to me, that we're going to try to forward this agenda for raising greater awareness of our drought conditions here in the western United States and the effect it has really on the whole United States. And then I am in Alaska. I'm in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'll be here for 3 weeks, and thank goodness for our modern technology that allows me to zoom in to your meeting there. And I hope that I have a good connection the whole time. I think I will. I'm using my hotspot, belongs to Pitkin County, and it seems to be working very well. Let me know if my signal gets chopped up or anything, and I could turn my video off if necessary during the meeting. But anyhow, good to see you all from a great distance away.
Well, thank you, Steve. I'm just gonna follow up on what,
I just want to ask, John, is there a reason we don't have those other two screens on?
I
Just
think
because
Chris
we?
is working on it.
Oh, you are. Okay.
I just noticed that.
Oh, we were sign languaging each other somehow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just going to follow up on Lenny's loss of cattle in Meeker, and sort of back up what Steve said about canines. So the first few calves that were killed up there were killed directly by the dogs. They're pretty sure it was dogs. They had canine markings. But he lost a total of 42 calves, and only about 5 of them were killed directly by the dogs. The others were killed indirectly by the dogs, because the current veterinary thought is that in chasing these calves and causing them extreme oxygen deprivation through having to run so fast, the oxygen deprivation activated the spores of a bovine disease called blackleg. And it was the blackleg that then spread through the calves and killed them.
Oh my God.
And so that's one of the things we've talked about at the stakeholders group and at the Wildlife Commission is the indirect effects of the introduction of wolves. This, of course, was not wolves, it was canine. But so in terms of your dogs getting out in your neighborhood where they might be harassing livestock, even though they might not directly kill the livestock, they can have a really negative impact on them.
He lost 42 calves?
Yes.
Oh my God.
600-pound calves. Yeah, it was a terrible loss. And now there's no compensation from Colorado Parks and Wildlife because it wasn't wolves.
Jeepers.
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22. Okay, I think we'll move on now to our consent items. We have the minutes of January 25th, and we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the list of highway user tax fund roads, and we have a resolution to appoint citizen board members. Does anyone want to pull any of these? Oh, that one is actually, oh yeah. Anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
I don't want to pull anything. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as per our agenda.
I'll second that. I was thinking that, I was looking for a discussion about Castle Creek Road closure.
That's item number 12.
Thank you. I was just looking for that, didn't see it. So yes, I'll second that without comment.
And so we have, did you second? You did second. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
passed 4-0. All right, now we're going to do individual consideration items. First reading set for
Confirmatory reading.
Oh, yeah, the confirmatory reading, thank you. And public hearing, this is emergency resolutions and ordinances. We have an emergency resolution to approve a grant agreement with the Central Federal Lands Federal Highway Division under the Federal Lands Access Program for funding for the Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements. And that is Linda. Hi, Linda.
Hello, Linda Dupriest, Regional Transportation Director at EOTC. This is just the confirmation step of the agreement we brought to you in the previous meeting that accepts the FLAP grant with the Federal Highway Administration, the Central Federal Lands Division. The match is in the 2023 budget for $3,766,672. And so this is just that confirmation step, the confirmation hearing for that.
Okay. Any discussion from commissioners?
No, go to public hearing
questions?
if you want.
No, and so there's no changes from the first emergency reading?
No.
Okay, and thank God, because we've had changes with this from pretty much the get-go. So we're excited to finally see this come to fruition.
Yes.
And I know we had to make some changes and reduce some of the scope of construction, but that'll be coming back to us in future years. So right for now, we're gonna get this going and get the first steps taken. So I'm glad that we're finally there.
Steve?
So are we.
Thank you, Linda.
So I'm really looking forward to having the parking area made nicer and more usable for the users. I use the Brush Creek Park and Ride frequently just to park instead of driving into Aspen, and I wish more people would do it. When motorists are driving up Highway 82, it's simple to pull off there, find a parking place, get on a bus into Aspen, which during the rush hour traffic, the buses of course bypass all the cars lined up starting by the airport. And it's a quick and easy way and comfortable a way to get into Aspen, and your parking's already taken care of because you are parked at the Brush Creek Park and Ride. So I urge people to use that park and ride for their parking, and I really look forward to having this project completed, because we've been talking about it for a few years, trying to line up the grant and all of that, and I hope we get it done pretty soon here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I'll look for a motion to approve.
Public hearing.
That is a public hearing. Okay, I'll open the public hearing on that. Is there anybody in the room who would like to talk about this? Anybody online, Rissa? I don't see anybody. If you wish to contribute to this conversation, please raise your hand. And
do
star
that?
9
Okay,
to
star
unmute.
9.
Brian Elliott. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so I'll close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve on a confirmatory reading, emergency resolution, approving a grant agreement with the Central Federal Highway Division under the Federal Lands Access Program, or FLAP, for funding the Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, now we'll move on to the individual consideration items. First readings are, and this first reading set for public hearing on February 22nd. The first one is a resolution approving a collection agreement with the United States Forest Service regarding management actions to promote beaver utilization of headwater streams. And Lisa Tasca and Lisa McDonald are going to come up and talk to us about that. Hi, ladies.
Yes, hi. I'm Lisa Tasker with the Picken County Healthy Rivers Program, and I'm here with Lisa McDonald, also with the Picken County Healthy Rivers Program, and Clay Ramey with the Forest Service today. And we are specifically for a little bit of background at a work session. You guys will recall a really wonderful work session, actually, I thought. You guys seemed very amenable. On January 24th, just, it says 2023 here, it's 2022, but anyway, that's a typo. The BOCC heard a presentation from the Forest Service from Clay on a joint project with the health.
Can't hear, by the way.
Okay.
Steve can't hear.
Oh, he can't.
That's probably his technology from.
Is your mic on? Red light?
Yep, it's on. Yeah. So it's on. That's okay.
He's waving at me.
Thanks for helping.
He's just saying hi to you, Bill.
Can you hear us now, Steve? Can you? Okay. Okay. Great. So yeah, at January 24th, the BOCC heard a presentation from all of us on this joint project with the Healthy Rivers program to investigate and implement actions to promote beaver utilization of headwater streams on the forest and to promote watershed health. This project was also included in the River Fund's 2023 budget, and funding has been approved and appropriated by the BOCC during the 2023 budget process. So, but in order to fund the project, the county and the Forest Service have to enter into a collection agreement, which we mentioned in January, and that's the means to distribute the funds. This agreement will be accomplished through a formal resolution process with the BOCC, and the agreement has been reviewed and approved to form by the county attorney's office, although we do understand that the Forest Service still is in the process of doing a final review of that collection agreement, but we basically did not change anything in what they proposed to us. And Clay, I don't know if you want to sort of speak to this, but we didn't change anything except for one of the signatories and one other small item. So there's really no change that we did to what they proposed to us. So Clay, you might want to speak to what your expectation may be. Yeah, you might want to.
I'm not even sure if it's the regional office or the Washington office, but somebody else is going to look at it, and I think they're going to say, yeah, that looks great, and they're going to pass it back. So, so that's all I know. It's being reviewed again, and then we'll get it to sign.
All right, questions?
Yeah, so that means that when it comes back for second reading, we'll hopefully have whoever is the other person that has to nod their head, has nodded their head.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
And the resolution does allow for minor changes to attorney office approval on forms. So if they're not substantive, even if you were to go through your second reading and we heard back after that, depending on how rapid the federal government may or may not be moving, there is some ability to keep this moving if you were to approve it on second reading, or if there are any changes.
And the only other comment I have real quick is we did receive a letter from a gentleman up in Missouri Heights who has too many beavers and he'd like to give you some.
We're getting a lot of those requests.
So as long as you guys are fielding that and it doesn't have to come back to us to pick which beavers have to be moved to the forest, we'll be happy to let you guys have control over that.
Thank you.
Sounds like we won't be needing to import them from Canada or
It
someplace.
seems that we have a lot of stock
Right.
available.
My question, I asked it last time, and I'm still trying to contemplate, if the beavers come back in the right places and do what they do best, I think we're going to have a measurable increase in riparian land, and it'll be something measurable that we can point to. And so I'm super excited about this because I think riparian areas in the state are really only about 1 or 2% currently. So we could, who knows, we might be able to double that or bump it up 50%. It's wishful thinking, but these are the important habitat areas, important corridors for water storage and water quality and wildlife well-being and human well-being as well. So I'm very excited about it, and a few beavers scurrying around will make me feel better.
And just for the public's information, this is we're not actually placing beavers anywhere with this program, nor are we getting beavers or moving them around. We're just observing and studying and laying the baseline.
Well, I've already moved on to the
Line
beaver
baseline.
drops from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
airplane.
No, that's not what this is, but hopefully it'll be coming. And,
Yeah.
Steve?
Thanks for clarifying that.
So I have two questions. One, it's puzzling the name and the title, the collection agreement, and it seems like it should say collective agreement. And I know that was asked before, but I think members of the public would be curious about why is this called a collection agreement?
That's an excellent question. My unprofessional understanding is that the forest is going to spend some money to hire these seasonals, and your money is going to pay them back. And so that's the collection part of it. But that's the opinion of a fish biologist.
So they're going to collect money from us.
That's what I thought
right.
it was. That's what I thought it meant.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it has to do with collecting money, and it's not a collective. It is kind of a collective, but that's not the
We
title
aren't
of it.
collecting beavers yet.
It sounds like some people are, and they're ready to bring
Yes,
them
they
to
are.
us.
Steve?
Second question, when the man-made devices are put in place to kind of mimic the creation of a beaver dam there, I presume that if there are beavers in the area, they would latch onto that structure, the man-made thing stuck in the river, and add to it and actually make it their own creation of a beaver dam. Is that what happens in many instances, or does it always happen that the beavers then move in?
Yeah, I think probably Clay and I both can speak to that, but no question that putting these beaver dam analogs, as they're often called, they have other names, but they definitely can attract beavers, and oftentimes that's why they're put in, is to attract beavers. In fact, you have to be very careful in putting those in and making certain that you want to attract beavers, because that is in fact what can happen. So, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well,
You want to say more about that, Lisa?
No, I think that's good enough for the moment. But yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point, Steve. And we aren't going to be doing anything like that, in the next year. This is strictly a baseline inventory.
Steve, did you have another question?
Francie, could I ask one real quick?
I'm good.
Just wondering what the opportunities are for public involvement in this initial study, if any.
At the moment, I guess I'm not planning for any, but that's not to say we couldn't do something. At this point, I'm just planning on sending 2 people out, run around and measure stuff. So that's all I have planned at the moment.
Okay. Well, if I have the opportunity to suggest that maybe there's an opportunity a day here or there sometime during the course of the season, my guess is you'd have a few kids pretty excited about the possibilities of tromping around out there with them. But I know there's an obligation and a burden associated with that. So think about it. But if an opportunity comes up, please let's let the public know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we've had some internal discussions, staff have, talking about a potential citizen science sort of program in the future. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it is something that, we definitely want to try to address. And I think it would be really helpful in getting information out to the public about the benefits of beavers. So yes, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Patty?
and there was just an article in the paper about those beaver extension, what did you call them?
The beaver dam analogs, yeah.
And about water rights. And where
Yes,
if
Heather.
if you're faking the activity of a beaver and it's taking away water rights for, downriver users because it's being dammed up, or creating new riparian that are encroaching on their property. So it's a broader discussion. But it's my understanding from that article, and clarify if I've read it incorrectly, is that it's more about letting beavers do what beavers do at this point in time, and finding out what our beaver activity is in the Upper Valley in these certain watersheds, because we don't really have that information. And to know if we have issues, or we have too many in one place and could use a few over here, we don't know that yet. So the public knows that's where we're going with this first phase.
Well, in this bill that you're referring to that was in the paper,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, things like putting in BDAs or structures like that do not jive very well with water law, as it is in Colorado. And so this bill that's introduced in the state would, I guess without knowing precisely what the details are, it changes the context of these kind of projects in this water rights scene. And it, because the places where you would do this beaver work, as a rule, are in places where they were beaver wetlands before we killed all the beavers. And so that to do work to recreate an existing condition, which was a better condition than what we have now, that it's kind of unreasonable to rope that into the greater water rights regime. And so I think this state bill is to kind of
That's kind of where that's going.
rectify that.
It's an attempt.
You mean it would empower the use of beaver dams in spite of water law? Or somehow
I
it would
think
work through
Laura's
the
gonna-
water
Yeah.
law or something?
Francie, I'm happy to speak to
Yeah,
that.
that'd be great. Thanks,
Um,
Laura.
Yeah, so there's nothing officially proposed. There's a discussion happening statewide that has been promulgated by the Department of Natural Resources to look at accepting what has historically been beaver habitat and beaver locations. And just so you know, we're all talking about beavers, but the bill does not speak to beavers. It actually speaks to stream restoration. Beavers are big in the statewide conversation right now. Everybody else is also fired up about it. I think this board's been fired up about beavers after Clay came and talked to you. Not everybody always sees it the same way as you would expect. So there's previously been concern raised regarding stream side improvements, in-stream improvements, and how that interacts with Colorado water law. And so the Division of the Department of Natural Resources has promulgated a proposed bill. It has not even been, I don't think it's even been set forth in the legislature at this point, to start discussions about the fact that, we do have negative impacts that occur from water rights, and we do have natural solutions that can happen, and those natural solutions maybe shouldn't be precluded from occurring based on the prior appropriation system. So what's being discussed at a statewide level right now is really removing those stream restoration projects if they're in historic areas I don't want to say beavers. I'm trying so hard not to say beavers. Of where restoration should occur because it's a natural condition that it occurred historically in time. So we're talking about, not doing stream restoration in areas where there wasn't a stream naturally. I know that sounds sort of silly, right? But that's actually what we're talking
Not really
about.
getting this at all, to be honest.
I know. Let me back myself up.
It's an interesting article, as you can tell.
Yeah, I can tell. So what we're talking about is really looking at removing stream restoration projects from any concern about needing to appropriate water rights. Because they're not really water rights, right? Like if you're talking about just creating a natural condition that previously occurred, should that have to fall within a prior appropriation system? So I can tell you it's a big ongoing discussion statewide, and Lisa Tasker on behalf of Healthy Rivers and Streams is participating in those discussions. There's nothing proposed quite yet in terms of actually being a bill in the legislature, but I do think something is probably forthcoming. And one of the things that will be really important is to identify what historic conditions were previously. And so work like this in identifying if there are natural conditions for beavers or other sort of projects could be really useful in the future as a baseline.
I think what I heard you say is you're not actually removing the restoration process, you're removing it from the discussion of water right appropriation.
Yeah, whether or not you
Okay,
would need to
I
come
get
in
that.
and appropriate a water right
Good
to do
clarification.
stream restoration at a
Okay, I
particular
understand.
location.
I thought at first you meant
Sorry I brought
physically
it up.
not doing river restoration. It's not what you meant, so I think I get it now.
Yeah.
I thought it was really easy when I brought it up, but apparently not.
No,
Yeah, Lisa.
actually, yeah, it's very interesting. No, you're onto something, and I mean, Laura's great at explaining this. Yeah, they're going to be looking, the whole idea is of Department of Natural Resources, and they have actually been in conversation with DWR, the Division of Water Resources, lots of different people they have pulled in, and an immense number of professional people to give opinions, which is very fortunate because we're expecting a lot of backlash. But and just real quickly, as far as the historical extent of wetlands and riparian areas, this is going to be a very big deal, and this is a very big part of this bill. And it was a big concern of the subcommittee for Colorado Water Congress, a call that I was on yesterday. But there's going to be a webinar if you are really truly interested, and Greg, you might be, if you're really interested in learning about what they mean about the historical conditions, it's like a 45-minute webinar, and it will be put on by Audubon, and I can send you guys the link. Very succinct, very interesting. Ecologists are brought in, so it's really fascinating, and it's going to be an issue, I can tell you. And we already have people calling our office about the beaver issues. I think we have tapped into a pent-up demand for people to have someone on their side for the beavers, and so they're calling us saying things like, well, we know of people who are going to be removing beavers, just like up on Missouri Heights, next door to Lisa McDonald's, actually, right next door.
They're moving them to Lisa's house?
They were knocking on the door. No, yeah. So we already are tapping into those folks and who are looking for people to come in and perhaps do beaver deceivers. I mean, there's a lot of pent up demand. So
Humanely, not.
yes, people moving beavers humanely. They are looking for some help instead of, so that they can have some alternate conversations with folks who are. One thing I heard was, anyway, I won't tell you. It's just a very positive way of dealing with this, but guns and 6-packs of beer and beavers. I just was thinking these people were calling and saying there's got to be a better way. So, and surely there is, but there is that mentality out there. There are people who do feel that these are rodents and they are an impact to their water rights. And so there's long discussions that we're going to be having from our program. Forest Service, they're going to be teed up. So hope that helped. And I will send the webinar link out in case you guys are interested.
That'd be great, thank you.
Just going to say, I'm glad there are advocates for the beavers out there in all these conversations. I'm assuming they're not participating in the webinar, but I can assure you that they're like honey badgers. Beavers don't give a damn about water rights.
Well, there's argument that they have the oldest water rights in the state. That's something I've heard.
And as Kelly said at our work session, I'll be damned. So, would you like me to entertain a motion?
Yes, I would love it.
I would like to put out a motion to approve on.
Public hearing?
Oh, yeah, this is a
We
public
don't have a
hearing?
public
This
hearing.
is first reading.
First reading.
Caught us. Caught you.
I'm keeping track.
I think we can do it.
I would like to put a motion out to approve a resolution on first reading on February the 22nd.
Second.
That was easy. I didn't have to read the whole title. It's a collection of information. It's a
Any further
collection
discussion?
agreement to collect information.
For questions?
I'm coming in
Okay.
late. My apologies. Did I miss, was there any substantial changes from work session?
No.
Not yet, but we're waiting for the nod of approval from the Fed, so who knows?
So I have a motion by Patty and a second by Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks
Thanks
so
for
much.
coming.
See you again, Clay.
Thank you. Thanks, Clay.
Looks like you got your job cut out for you there.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is a resolution approving the ASE Climate Emissions Baseline and Inventory Updates Plan for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport as recommended by the ASE Advisory Board. Hi, Dan. Hi, Jackie.
Hello.
And Rich.
Well, hello.
Rick.
And Rick.
Rick and Rich and
And
Jackie
Rick.
Good to
and
see you
Dan and-
too. All right.
You talked about the brains that were here yesterday. We brought one extra one as well today. Dan happened to be out of town yesterday, so we
Yeah.
brought him forward. So
Yeah, a question mark on his face there, like.
Well, when you said brains, then it pointed me out.
Board of Commissioners, thank you. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. We had the opportunity yesterday to present. Both Jackie and Rick went into great detail on the emissions policy that has been put forth, and that was in your packet. It was posted, and I just need to make sure that we've got the right title in the resolution that you're going to read, that it does talk about an ASC Climate Emissions Baseline and Inventory Update Plan. I just want to make sure, because that correction, what I pulled up did not have that same title in there, because we had originally had a different title. So whenever we get into making that recommendation, you all considering it. Just want to make sure that's properly titled. And then also, this is a one-read resolution. We would ask that you do take public comment just to get additional input for the board if you would like. So, but with that, I'm just going to kind of recap a little bit and then open it up for Jackie and Rick to say a few words. As we talked about yesterday, there's a series of meetings that took place. We had a retreat that focused on this greenhouse gas emissions portion of it. We do know there's still some more work that's going to be coming forth on kind of an action plan that's being put together. And then also our criteria pollutants is a separate type of policy that's going to be coming to you as well. And the AAB is currently taking a look at those and starting to refine that. So we did have a number of meetings on it. Rick and Jackie, I think, raised their hands and said, we'll take this forward. And AAB blessed it and said, yes, you do that. And they did a great job of putting a policy together for your consideration.
Rich, I'm going to interrupt for one. Rosa, is there a way we can get a picture of the room instead of having Steve so full on?
When Steve turns off his video, it'll automatically turn on the.
But then he'll forget
Or
to
do you
turn
want
it
me
back
to
on.
Share, okay.
He's watching us.
Thank you. Sorry, Rich.
Oh, no problem. No problem at
Just
all.
wanted the public to see you.
Oh.
Oh, they are.
Rosa, can you turn that back off, please?
No, I know that feeling all
Okay,
too
that's
well.
right. Rick and Jackie did present this into the advisory board. They opened it up for public comment. There was no public comment received at that time. So the policy was refined, was put forth for your consideration. And again, yesterday they went through it in great detail. And I think we're here just to answer any further questions you may have, take additional input, and then I'm going to let Jackie and Rick talk to this. And I do think there was a question yesterday brought up about collection of fuel cells for the FBO.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan had saw that and reported that he had been working on that. And I don't know if you want to update on that as well. So.
Sure. I don't think we actually have much of an update on that as of yet. We're reaching out to finance to get that.
Oh, no, I was talking about with the FBO, the data, that we did ask for the
utility
information.
data,
Yes,
that we
utility
did.
information.
Utility data. We
Yeah,
did have
sorry
that,
about
sure.
that.
Oh, no problem. So we've reached out. Sorry. So much for the brains. Of the
Dan was traveling yesterday.
It's moving really smoothly today.
Yeah. So I'm proud. We did reach out to the FBO in an attempt to get some historical data of their energy use for the baseline. I think they feel they're willing to do so, but at this point, with a solicitation taking place for potentially another FBO operator, they didn't want that information to possibly be used against them somehow in a solicitation process, which makes sense. So they're willing to provide it. Last I heard, at least. They're just holding off right now until we get through that process.
How long is that?
You know, the process probably goes into July, August-ish, probably, by that time. Maybe even a little sooner, depending on when we actually if we make a selection.
But the applications are in?
Pardon?
All the applications are in?
Applications are due Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But then we need to go through a short list and some other things, so it'll be a little while.
Okay.
And what that means then is that we'll make minor adjustments to the baseline of the inventory once that data is in.
Mm-hmm. I am so sorry I wasn't here yesterday to hear
Good
that.
discussion.
That was something that was hard to be away for. Really wanted to see it. But I have read through, not the same though.
So I have a can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So Dan, so after the FBO process is completed, will they then give us the information,
Yes.
or does it depend on the outcome of the process?
No, I don't think, I think they're agnostic to the outcome of the
Okay, thank you.
process. Yeah.
Clarification, thanks.
So with that, I'll just flip it over to Jackie and Rick for any final comments I may have, and then certainly open it up. So.
I mean, I don't necessarily have any final comments except for thank you guys for, doing this, because this is something that, can help us move forward as a community with lower emissions. And the airport is obviously, a big piece of that puzzle. And, this is something that we obviously recommended in the vision process. And we're excited to see some action being taken that can move forward with reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as all the other recommendations that we're going to be putting forward. And most of you, know me, and I am a minor league climate scientist, and I run an international climate solutions project. And Rick Heedy is a major league data scientist with GHG inventories as his specialty. So you guys are actually very lucky to get this team to work on this for you, because not every community has that at their fingertips. And I will let Rick say something about
Well, thanks, Jackie. It's been good working with you on this issue. And I want to commend the board for reaffirming its commitment to help us reduce emissions at the airport and with aviation by 30% by 2030. That presumably is not the end. Once hopefully we reach that goal in 2030. But I stated yesterday that we needed to be reducing our emissions by 2030. I think we need to be reducing and peaking and reducing our emissions much earlier than that in order to reach the target. So I wanted to correct that misstatement yesterday. But through this process, which merely solidifies the foundation of how to measure the baseline against which future progress or regress might be done on a replicable basis. So this is simply a measurement protocol so that we can accurately track our progress. And our work, future work, as Rich and Jackie mentioned, will focus on mitigation options. That's a much bigger picture. We're not discussing that in this particular greenhouse gas baseline and update protocol, but I'm glad that you have this in front of you, and hopefully will support us in this action.
And I just want to add, too, that this is sending a message out to the rest of the world.
I'm sorry.
So I love that. This is sending a message out to the rest of the world that we're taking this step.
Absolutely. I mean, we will be in the forefront of airports and communities taking a bite out of a much bigger picture than most airports do, which focus on their own emissions within defense and mostly on ground operations for vehicles and equipment, and on facilities such as the terminal and the operations center. Most airports just focus on those easy to achieve emission reduction opportunities. We're taking a bite out of a much bigger pie in terms of handling aviation itself, even though it just looks at fuel sales and resulting emissions. So we do have an opportunity, as Jackie said, to stand out in the world for sustainable aviation.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do have a comment, and something we talked about yesterday, Francie, just so you know, is the things that we don't have a handle on yet, such as the transportation issues outside of the airport, like bringing raft in at some point and getting some more data, employees that are traveling to and from the airport, those kind of things that we just have, and rental cars. That's part of the next phase, and I know yesterday we talked about that's a concern that's been brought to our attention by the community as a whole, the bigger picture. City of Aspen, as far as the traffic issues with any changes at the airport, or even if the airport doesn't change at all, what are those impacts to our environment? And so that is, my understanding anyway, will be coming back at a future date as our discussions progress.
Yeah, Scott did a great job with his article, so I did get some of that
Oh, yeah,
from
yeah.
Scott, which was, he did a good job.
I didn't
Anybody
read about that
else?
yet.
Yeah.
A question on similar, now that Dan's here, maybe Dan, you can help us understand the process. We talked a little bit about yesterday the advancements in aviation technology. There was an announcement today or yesterday about a hydrogen fuel cell plane that has had its maiden voyage taxiing around hasn't taken off yet. But in a few months they hope to actually fly the thing. It's a 40-passenger aircraft using a Dash 300, I think. And the question I had, maybe Dan could help us with, is, okay, if they do a test flight at sea level, presumably, how many years will it be before they can fly density altitude, rated aircraft in our airport is the first question. And second, also, I just see NASA is experimenting with a new electric aircraft that'll haul 9 people, but it hasn't flown yet. And so I'm just thinking, we hear all this talk about how it's going to be here in a year or two, and I'm just wondering what the reality is.
So I think to put a finer point on it is going to be the regulatory environment for something like that.
Right.
And most people in the aviation industry, what they'll do is they'll look to Europe first, because Europe tends to be somewhere between 5 years and a decade ahead of the U.S. when it comes to regulatory environment for transportation especially. The fact that we don't see it in Europe yet gives me pause as far as how quickly this will really take place. I would say, from a regulatory standpoint, and then Aspen being a more difficult operating environment than other airports, I would say we'd be at the tail end, of seeing that implementation here. So I'd say you're probably looking at this is just a guess, would be, you're looking at a decade out probably. Now, you might see some small vertical takeoff and landing aircraft for 2 or 3 people maybe that are probably equivalent to more fancy toys, I guess, at this point, within the next couple of years. But I think from an airline, a highly regulated type industry like that, you're probably looking a decade out.
Didn't I see in the New York Times that an electric airplane had flown like 10 miles outside of the airport and back just a couple of days ago? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, there's several emerging companies that are experimenting with electric aircraft.
Which means you could go from DIA to Centennial.
Well, it was definitely experimental, what I saw, but it was still exciting.
And then catch the Mustang up here.
Any
Great,
other
thank you.
questions from
That's
the
it.
board?
Thank you for that.
No, it was a great presentation, and I think it's a great start, so,
Well-
and, yeah, so this is a one read, so.
Well, except Rich has requested for
No,
public.
I think that's, yeah.
Public
that's
comment
great.
is, if there's no objection.
One last thing, if I could ask, just probably more to Rick and Jackie, is that what is the likelihood we're going to see sustainable aviation fuel production in Colorado in the next decade?
According to Jackie, tomorrow.
I think the likelihood is actually high. I can send an email this afternoon if you want to, my friend in this industry.
Right.
And, I've been talking to her for a while now to see if we can get some more incentives in Colorado. I think the Inflation Reduction Act, there is money out there, and we'd love to maybe have a conversation moving forward with, the governor, the senators, and see if we can be in line for that kind of funding, because we do have the land for it. We have, there's the technology for waste to energy. There's the technology for, using all kinds of different sources for the actual production of the fuel, and the technology does exist. It's just a matter of either switching out a current facility that's already doing fuel and making it a sustainable aviation fuel facility, or building something from scratch and, having the money to be able to do that.
I think that the Aspen restaurant compost could probably fuel a few of these flights. And you said you would contemplate bringing your expert who talks about that over to present at some point. I would really encourage that.
Yeah. I can reach out to her. She's amazing.
I can maybe add a little more context to that. I was at a state aviation board meeting last week, and there is a push within the state aviation organization to try to get one of the refineries in Commerce City to take a portion of that and start producing SAF fuel out of that.
Suncor or one of those that seems to be going out of business. Maybe that's we'll rescue
There
them.
is it's politics are involved. I mean, Suncor is actually a investor in the company I'm talking about that my friend runs, and they've been trying to get Suncor to actually switch over for the last couple of years. So I can see what the progress is on that.
Be interesting to hear that. Thank you. Sorry for the aside.
And Aspen's procurement commitment in that direction might help spur establishment of a facility.
I'll buy 50 gallons.
Dan's comment begged my question a little bit, because I was curious if there's sort of a collaborative, community of airports talking to each other on these shared goals.
Yes. There are, to an extent. I think, DIA, I think, is leading that charge for the most part, because they use so much more fuel than anyone else. But yes, we do discuss it amongst ourselves a bit, and with the state.
Well, if there's no objection from the board, I will open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the room who would like to comment?
I
Bill,
would.
come on up, Bill.
I get the good seat again. Yes.
You want me to clear my chair and you can?
Bill Dinsmore, Woody Creek citizen. In the earlier iteration of airport visioning, I made a request with a couple of the people to find information about what guidelines there are from the FAA or from the state about emissions at airports. didn't get a response from anybody. So I called the airport, the chairman of the airport clean air, Colorado Clean Air Board, who I had a relationship with from PM 10 years ago, and I asked about what are the state guidelines about emissions at airports. He said, well, he was kind of gobstruck. He said, I don't see any. Let me get back to you. He got back to me. He said, well, I can't find any. Do you guys know? Can you answer? Are there FAA, federal or state emission guidelines at our airports? Second part of the question is, you talk about greenhouse gas emissions. Are there other emissions that are not greenhouse gas emissions that are also significant health hazards, breathing hazards, cancer hazards, whatever, that are not greenhouse gases? Should we not also be equally concerned about those emissions in addition to ones that are adding to greenhouse gas? So 2 parts.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yes, thank you, Bill, for that question. We have separated the climate issue and greenhouse gas emissions from regulated pollutants, and there may well be some health concerns of air pollutants originating from the airport, not only from aviation, but also from APUs and other equipment on the ground. But that's a separate issue that we'll tackle in the next iteration of our approach to regulated pollutants.
And then the other part of the question, I believe, was if there's any regulatory or governmental institution that sets guidelines for airport emissions, or is that right, Bill? Something like that?
Yes, I could not find any FAA, federal guidelines or state guidelines around emissions at airports. See, at least the head of the Clean Air Board couldn't find it.
Interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are not necessarily. There really are. So emissions, if you put it into the large context, water emissions, things like that, yes, there are quite a few regulations on that. But air emissions at airports, not necessarily. They look at that as more governed by the activity there and sort of the manufacturing industry that makes the aircraft. And they, as the engines become more fuel efficient, technically the emissions are being reduced as newer engines come out, but as far as a blatant air emissions regulation for airports, no.
So the onus is on private industry.
Pretty much.
Yeah, to manage their emissions, like that's.
And there were specific exceptions made for aviation within the Clean Air Act when that was passed that preclude or preempt some of our regulatory, which is why I think a lot of those don't exist.
Yeah.
And I think our approach.
Go ahead, Rick. No.
I think our approach, with the help of Aspen's consultants Mead and Hunt on this issue, is to identify which species of pollutants originate from aircraft operations, and then do a monitoring system, perhaps with 4 different sites around the airport, so we can isolate which proportion of those emissions actually come from the airport as opposed to the highway.
Mm-hmm.
And
that
then
was going to be my
propose them.
point.
Yeah, and
Was
that's in
that
the
there
next.
was concern about what's coming off Highway 82 that's right there, but that sounds like it's something we're discussing. Interesting, Bill, that not interesting, that they don't have any federal regulations, because it's a kind of a complex issue, but I think it's something we still need to, we need to, follow up on, but I think we need to start somewhere. And then as long as we don't lose that in our process, that's something we need to come back to.
Well, and there are several reasons, too, why you separate out a greenhouse gas policy versus a criteria pollutant policy. They are different
Animals.
sources, yes, and you have to kind of look at them differently. And we are looking at the next policy that has to do with the criteria pollutants as well. So that's going to be coming down the pipe.
When I see the particulate matter that's raised by the Aspen street cleaners, I wonder about the big cleaners that you use on the runways and what that does in terms of
PM10
pollutants.
or PM25.
That's a good question, although we don't have we don't put down sand on the runway, things
Right.
like that, so we don't get the dust issues that a lot of the sweepers get.
But you do have a broom sweeper thing.
We do, absolutely.
Yeah.
But mostly for snow, though.
Yeah.
Was it you, Greg, who
Yeah,
had something?
I think you answered it, so I don't know what the criteria pollutants would include or what greenhouse gases would include. I'm assuming, it seems like particulate would be high up on the list of non-greenhouse gas, but I don't know what else is in there. And I don't know, you don't have to go into detail on it, but clearly there are other things to consider there. So thanks for bringing it up. The reasons for the lack of regulation on pollutants from the fuel burning for aircraft, I think, has been totally tied to this race to have the most efficient energy producing fuels for aircraft so airplanes can fly. And it might be when we start getting to hydrogen and electric aircrafts that they can go back and start creating those limits. But before, it didn't seem like they could. They needed as much power to the prop as they could possibly get, and they weren't going to think about limiting that with a pollution standard. That's how I interpret it. I don't know if that's correct, Dan, but
I'd say there's definitely an aspect of that, because when you come to the power of an aircraft, you're getting into the safety issue and other things.
right.
And that
At elevation, at all the strict things that are required for an aircraft to fly. That's why the fuels they were still burning lead gas, and so.
Good point.
Yeah, so
Yep.
so
Pat?
that's
I just want to tag onto that real
Yeah.
quick. With the evolution of the new technologies, electric and hydrogen, I don't want to really wait that long. I mean, Bill and I go way back on PM10 particulate, PM10, PM5, PM2.5. When you're talking about protecting public health, and I think it's already evolving through Jackie and Rick's work to the next phase. So, yeah, I think we need to start looking at that, because you don't want to wait 10 years, 20 years down the line and say, oops, we should have been thinking about that. So I think as long as we have it projected in our plan, therefore we know that something we need to pay attention to is critically important.
Is there anybody else in the room who would like to comment on this topic? Anybody online? If you are, please raise your hand.
Yeah, and Francie, without going into too much detail, there are voluntary air quality programs and such in cooperation with the EPA and FAA that can be explored, but they're outside of that regulatory boundary again.
At this time.
I don't think anybody online is wishing to speak about this, so I'm going to close the public hearing on it and go back to you, Rich.
Well, it's in your hands now. Board, we'd like for you to go ahead and approve the resolution that's been put forth. So,
Okay, I'll look
thank
for a
you.
motion.
I'll make a motion to approve on first reading, since there is only one reading, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an Aspen Airport climate emission baseline and inventory updates plan for the Aspen-Pickett County Airport as recommended by the ASC Advisory Board.
I'll second that.
Thank you guys, great work.
Any more
Thank you.
discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I was going to tell Dan that you were mentioning those little personal, small vertical takeoff. I'm going to put an order in on one.
I want one too.
I'm skipping the Tesla altogether. I'm going straight to that.
Greg, we're not sure we're going to give you a license to fly that thing. So.
I don't need one.
I thank the board.
All right, we're going to get Dan again here. Thank you so much,
Thank
Rick
you.
and Jackie.
All right.
And Rich.
Thank you, Francie.
Really
Now we
nice
need to
see
make
you.
it happen.
All right, now the work begins.
Yep.
All right, we have a resolution approving an application to the Federal Aviation Administration to impose passenger facility charges to fund equipment and capital improvements at the Aspen-Pickett County Airport, and Dan Bartholomew will be telling us about that.
Okay. Good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director for the Aspen-Pickett County Airport. And I also have Brian Elliott.
Point of order.
Oh,
Sorry, did we amend the resolution to properly read the title that it needed to?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Don't want to get too far
Oh,
down
sure.
the line. Excuse my.
I should also mention that we have Brian Elliott on the line as well, just in case you have some specific questions. Brian Elliott.
Is he a panelist? Also?
Yes, he should be. I saw him up there. There he is.
Okay, and his hand is up.
There it goes. So he's with Recondo Associates. They're the airport's financial consultant, and they also prepared the passenger facility charge application that will be hopefully going to the FAA. So
Okay.
in case you have any particular technical questions on that, he's available. So I'm here today seeking your approval and hopefully signature upon a second reading to send a passenger facility charge application to the Federal Aviation Administration. Brought this to you in a work session about a month ago. So just a little recap on that issue. Passenger facility charge is really most commercial service airports in the country will have them. It's for Aspen, it's a $4.50 fee that really goes on top of every airline ticket here, and it can pay for certain projects that are eligible typically for federal funding or some things that are slightly outside of federal funding. But it's another pot of money that an airport can dig into for targeted projects, both capital and budgetary type projects at an airport. There are 4 projects that we did this year, and I'll just kind of go through those very quickly. One was to acquire 4 mobile passenger ramps with the anticipation of an additional aircraft serving the Aspen Airport, the Embraer 175, which is about the same size as the CRJ, but it's a little taller, has a little wider wingspan, so we just make some adjustments. And the landing gear, unfortunately, has a slightly different position. So when it's sitting on the ramp, we had to make some configuration changes there. But because this aircraft is a little taller than the CRJ, we purchased 4 ramps. So 4 of our 8 gates will have these ramps now, and they can be adjusted to meet both the CRJ 700 and the Embraer 175 aircraft when those eventually start flying into this airport. We're expecting that, this is it's all hypothetical at this point, sometime probably a year from now is what we're looking at.
It's her daughter's birthday.
Oh, okay.
Very sorry.
I love it.
She's out skiing.
Boy, that threw me off. No,
I'm
just
very
kidding. No.
sorry, Dan.
So
I'm
anyway.
very sorry.
By the way, happy
I'm gonna just-
birthday.
Yeah, thanks. Couple
Well,
more
we've all
months for
been
that one.
reminded that we are people after all.
So we expect to see those aircraft here in the next 12-ish months, is what we're hoping to see on that one. So we have 4 of those ramps. We also acquired some snow removal equipment. One of the things that PFCs can be used for, in addition to allowing us to save some of our entitlement FAA grant funding for other projects, it also allows us to streamline the purchasing process a little bit. We don't have to go out for specific bids for certain types of equipment that we know works for us. One of those types of equipment is snow removal equipment. We have certain types that we know function very well up here, are reliable. So this allows us to replace equipment over time. And we've done that this year. We're replacing 2 pieces of snow removal equipment using passenger facility charges. That's the largest allocation for this passenger facility charge funding. It's nearly $2 million. That is expensive equipment. So we're acquiring a blower, a snow blower. Our old one is rather aged, and a new broom, which is that sweeper Francie you're referring to. In anticipation also with the Embraer 175 aircraft, we added some new, these are concrete pads that sit under the landing gear, so the landing gear does not sink into our apron area. And because the location of the landing gear on the Embraer 175 is slightly different than that of the CRJ, we expanded those pads on several of our gates so that when those do come in, we can service them.
Those are just for when they're parked.
Just for when they're parked, yep. And included with that was some additional striping because, as I mentioned, the wingspans are slightly larger on the Embraer 175. They're not really larger aircraft per se from a seat standpoint, just a couple of additional seats, but their wingspan is larger. So we had to restripe both the wingspan markings and the nose gear markings. I mean, yeah, there's a number of this is like trying to find a plug for an iPhone. They keep changing it all the time. It's very similar with aircraft a lot of times, unfortunately.
A little more expensive, though.
Just a hair. So that cost us about $765,000 to do that work.
To paint some white lines?
It's mainly the concrete pads at that point, because
Oh,
we have
and
to
the
saw
concrete
out
pads.
and then
Okay.
replace it. It's quite expensive. Plus, there's some engineering work that goes into that too to make sure they're in the right locations. We also had some issues with our previous, and it was aged, our previous security backflow preventer. So when you get off an aircraft and you're going from departing that aircraft into the bag claim area, you walk through sort of a double door thing that sort of automated. That prevents people from accidentally or purposely going back into the secure area. And it's one of the things that the TSA requires us to have. They either have to have a security person sitting there at all times that that the airport is technically open or the security is open, or we have to have one of these special apparatus to block people. Before we were having some issues with that unit. It was aged, the technology was getting older, and it wasn't doing its job properly, and we had to stage a private security firm to watch that. That was costing us about $250,000 a year to do that. We're able to purchase a security backflow preventer for about $150,000 a year. We purchased a new one. This is also a piece of equipment that when we get to a new terminal, we can take this, dismantle it, move it, and replace it. So it's not something that would be a boat anchor, so to speak, proverbially, in a couple of years. So we did purchase that. And then, of course, and Brian appreciates this, we do have to pay them for their work, so we can also add that to the PFC application as well. And that's about $44,000. So the next steps, well, actually, a couple of steps we went through to get to this point. We had to do a notice of intent, which is really almost sort of a notice to the public that we're going to issue a passenger facility charge application and collect these funds. We had a meeting with the airlines and to solicit any comments or any issues they may have with it. No comments were received. We waited 30 days after that, and then we were able to move forward with the projects. All these projects have been completed at this point, and that's typically how a PFC application goes. It's a little backwards. We'll do the projects, and then we'll submit the application to the FAA. That's just sort of the federal way on that one, unfortunately. This collection will take us, it's about a little over $2 million, and it'll keep us going for, till estimated about April 1st, 2026. It'll take us to.
So the $2 million will come in during that time period?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a pay-go, so we pay it up front, and then we get reimbursed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that being that, seek your, on a second reading, this being the first reading, seek your signature and approval to move this forward to the FAA.
Okay, Kelly?
Can you just summarize again? I see that there's a $450 per ticket cap, right? Are
Yes.
we meeting that? Is this hitting that cap?
This is hitting the cap, so yeah, that is the federal limit on PFCs, $450.
And that's been the case since 1990?
It has been the case for way too long, actually. There's this ongoing effort to try to get that raised, but there's a lot of pressure from the airlines to keep it as low as possible. So
I can understand that.
Well, compared to what you have to pay to choose your seat, it's pretty darn low.
You know, we haven't tried that that method yet. So yeah.
Any other comments or questions?
No, but it does flag there. There is this FAA reauthorization bill moving through. I just want to flag that as perhaps a separate conversation for our board to maybe get on the same page with recommendations from you all.
I think
as to what that should look like.
Any lobbying efforts potentially, or some chats with some of our congressional.
We've been asked for that input, and I have said I'm not sure what to tell you in detail, but I would love for us to all get on the same page and figure that out.
I would say this is probably one of the #1 issues in the industry right now to try to get that raised.
No kidding.
Yeah, and it's been that way for, I'd say, almost a decade now.
Okay.
And it's just from opposition from the airlines?
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry
Any
about
other
the birthday
questions
song.
for Dan or comments? Well, then I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve for first reading and set for second reading for February 22nd, a resolution of the BOCC approving an application to the FAA to impose passenger facility charges to fund equipment and capital improvements at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport.
I'll second. Any more comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 It passes 5-0. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a resolution authorizing the Community Funding Partnership Contract CFP 2022-40 between the Colorado River Water Conservation District and Pitkin County. And Drew Walters is here. Hi, Drew.
Hi, everyone.
Looks like Paul is also here.
Hey, everyone. Drew with Pitkin County Open Space and Trails. We applied for and received a community funding partnership with the Colorado River District, which will supply up to $50,000 in additional funding for the Glacier Center Pivot project, which we're working on this year. That additional funding will allow us or has allowed us to purchase a system that's capable of variable rate irrigation, as well as additional monitoring to study impacts on productivity and water usage, as well as potential offsite impacts of this irrigation system change. So we were advised that all grants and funds received that are contingent upon conditions must have authorization from the BOCC prior to receiving the funds. This particular partnership and the contract that was attached has several conditions, including a requirement for insurance, as well as the final 25% of the funds being released upon the completion of the project.
Insurance that covers the system, or the people operating it, or everything?
Yeah, so I'm Paul Holsinger, Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager. It's a insurance requirement for the contractor installing the system.
Okay.
Makes sense. That's normal.
Certificate of
Yeah.
And this is something that we included in our RFP as well. So it was something that the contractor was required to have.
Well, your presentation before was pretty clear, but do we have any questions for Drew?
I have a question.
Patty?
So this is kind of covering, because we're kind of tweaking that open space parcel for irrigation. So this is going to cover that new expanded area, correct? Or help too, because help me with that?
Yeah, it's really additional funding to go towards our center pivot project, which we were already moving forward with, and this just helps cover the cost of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It's really.
I had a question about, go ahead, Greg.
Sure. Okay, so what sort of efficiencies do you expect to get from this new irrigation system?
Yeah, so.
And what happens to the water that gets saved?
That was what I was going to ask about,
Yeah,
too.
so those are really good questions and things that we really thought out before implementing this type of system change. The overall irrigation delivery is expected to, at least with just the pivot, is expected to use half the water usage as the flood irrigation has in the past. To maintain our water right and to also be able to utilize that water, we're going to continue to maintain our ditches. There are areas on the property that aren't being covered by the pivot. And it also gives us flexibility to utilize that water for any sort of riparian restoration or different types of projects down the road that we intend to go through. We will also have the ability to do pulse irrigation flows with the flood irrigation system that we have. If we are seeing any off-farm impacts, because that's something that we're sensitive to. Luckily, we do have a soil moisture probe and station that is in a riparian zone that we believe is really triggered by that whole floodplain of irrigation. So we've been monitoring that for over 5 years. So we're going to be able to, at least with that point, we're going to be able to see if we notice any trends of decreased soil moisture as a result of this irrigation system change.
Great. Can I follow up?
Yeah.
I
want to follow up on that, too.
regarding the water. Any water. So the water has to be used on this property. Is that that's the rule for that? We couldn't use it on another open space parcel.
The decreed area.
Within the decreed
and
area.
It correlates here with the property.
Got it. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully, you can tell us what is it doing to the wetland with the flood irrigation, flow back, or whatever you call it, when it seeps back to the water table or to the river or the creek or whatever. What is that called?
Return flow.
Return flow. Thank you. I knew I had it in there somewhere.
You use the word just not in the right order.
I have some concerns about this government money supporting the installation of center pivot irrigation, but then the overhanging threat of losing your water rights if you're using only half the water. So is there something where you can convey the water back to the stream but not lose your water rights?
Yeah, this has been a quagmire for quite a while for any number of people, governmental or not.
And it's murky also.
And it's murky also, you know. The measure and the limit of a water right is the beneficial use. So if you're not beneficially using that water, then ostensibly you wouldn't have that right. So you do need to be applying the water to beneficial use. And if you're just, you know, freeing up some water and think that you still own the other half of it, that's not really supported by Colorado water law, because there's perhaps an argument that that water's not needed and it's waste.
There's
But
temporary.
we are sort of at a place in history where a beneficial use of water is keeping it in the stream.
Yep.
We have to change the law to state that. But there are temporary opportunities, correct? During drought at certain
There
periods of
are.
Well,
time.
so it depends on exactly how you're doing it. If you don't need the water, which is what we're not talking about here, we certainly do need this water. But if you don't need the water, then you probably don't have the opportunity to do a temporary lease. But if you're doing something like looking at adjusting exactly when you're going to hay and whether or not you're going to get a second cutting, those are some flexible mechanisms that have been used.
Yeah, it is concerning that
Why it's so hard to
beneficial
do the
use
right thing.
is keeping it out of the stream flow.
Yeah, and I'll also add, you know, with this in between our pulse flood irrigation flows while we're maintaining our full water right, we're going to have a lot of extra wastewater kind of going down the ditch, going back to the river. So we're trying to work on some creative ways of improving those man-made wastewater waterways to maybe plant some trees or things along that to create some wildlife habitat so we can use it for beneficial use but not beneficial use.
I know where you can pick up some beavers.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that the wastewater, you're trying to use that as well rather than returning it to the stream bed.
And I think you're actually speaking about tailwater, not wastewater.
Excuse me, tailwater. Yeah, we're just trying to capture whatever benefit we can as that tailwater is making its way back to the river. It will make it back to the river, but if we can create some wildlife corridor with it, then we will.
I mean, I'd love that, but at the same time, then we have other conversations about how Starwood should pipe their ditch, you know, and that would get rid of those tree
Trees,
and wildlife
yeah.
opportunities as well. So it's, you know, this is such a hard paradigm of water law to like try and figure out the consistent applications across the board.
Yeah, it's very confusing. Like, there's a huge push to plant trees and has been for my entire life. Plant trees. They're really good for the environment. They absorb carbon dioxide. They put oxygen in the atmosphere.
Cool.
But they use a ton of water, especially to get them going. So it's a real conundrum. It's really complicated.
Well, there are some water adaptive tree species out there.
But when they're young,
you know,
they haven't adapted yet. Like, you know, so. Okay. Any other questions? Anybody want to make a motion?
all right. Let's see. This is a first reading, and I'm glad to see us pulling down Colorado River District Community Partnership funding for the BOCC authorizing the Community Funding Partnership Contract CFP 2022-40 between the Colorado River Water Conservation District and Pitkin County. And this will be set for second hearing on the 22nd of February. I'll second that with a comment.
Okay.
I too want to thank the Colorado River District for helping us pursue this project. And I think at the end of the day, we'll find out it's beneficial. Yeah, no, for sure.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, guys. Oh, you staying here for.
I think there's one
That-
more.
I think there
so
might be
it
one in
passes
between us.
5-0.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Drew.
Thanks.
Everybody okay without a break right now? Okay, we have one reading, individual consideration items. And the first one is an informal resolution authorizing the BOCC to enter in a contract with the Roaring Fork Conservancy to fund environmental winter flows on the Frying Pan River. And Lisa.
Yeah, I'm
I'm back. Good afternoon, everybody. Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program. I am joined by Rick LaFaro with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and April Long with the Ruwapa today. Are you representing? All right, great.
I'm just here to answer questions.
Oh,
not
okay.
presenting. Yeah.
Okay, good. And I don't know if Heather was going to join. Or...
Heather's on Zoom, I believe, and
Okay.
Pete Konovitz with the CWCB, I believe, is also on Zoom.
Okay, great.
Did you hear that, Russell?
And I believe Brendan Ligenhausen is also on Zoom with the Colorado River District.
Okay.
If there's questions.
Whoa. Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, in front of you today is a resolution, as Francie said, authorizing the board to enter into a contract with the Roaring Fork Conservancy for environmental flows on the Frying Pan River. You heard the project, and Roaring Fork staff, or Roaring Fork Conservancy staff, gave a presentation at your January 3rd work session. The River Board has heard several iterations of the project and recommended funding for $50,000 for the 2022-2023 flow season. The contract in front of you today is with the Roaring Fork Conservancy. I was under the impression that the contract would be with the River District, but because the project has already started, the Conservancy has a contract with the River District, and so we are providing funds to the Conservancy. So it was a
Through
little
Healthy Rivers?
convoluted. Pardon me?
Through Healthy Rivers?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So Rick can give a little public information, just a little spiel on the project itself, and we're just looking for authorization from the BOCC to enter into the contract and issue the funds.
So again, thanks for having me here. Rick LaFaro, Executive Director of Roaring Fork Conservancy. Just some high-level points to cover again. Flows are generally in the 40 to 45 cubic foot per second range. Coming out of Rudai, this program helps to elevate flows to 65, 70 CFS from mid-December through the end of February to help abate and reduce the formation of anchor ice. So we still have crews studying it weekly per the weather forecast. We've had good anchor ice conditions as of late with cold, clear nights, and very able to witness the benefit of the additional water coming down the frying pan. So we have fewer anchor ice formations. They're not as deep, and they dissipate much quicker with the solar energy.
Okay. Any questions?
I just have one question as far as the change of the contract. The River District Board our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is okay with this changing the funding, so I think they would be able to
I
make
think
sure
they would
that-
be. It happened in between our board
Okay,
meetings, so
great.
we'll let
Thank
them
you.
know that it's.
Thank you. Make sure we're all moving in the same direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
For all intents and purposes, it's a pass-through.
And the River District's contract wasn't a donation? No.
But you do have Brendan on if you want to address any questions to him.
I might.
Do you want to?
That's,
okay.
We did receive funding from the Community Funding Partnership towards this program.
Because I think we were looking for, since the
I'm
new
just
tax
looking
came
for
through-
Brendan here.
Yeah, since the new taxing, Picken County does put in a lot of money,
Is she-
we'll
oh.
talk about that in the future.
Sure,
some
separate
return
issue,
for
absolutely.
Our taxpayer dollars, and it has nothing to do with you guys.
So Brendan, do you want to talk with Kelly about her question?
Do we need to promote him?
Hi.
There you go.
Hi.
I kind of heard some discussion, but I didn't hear the question specifically. Could you repeat that?
So one of the questions we had when we heard this in work session was the charge for the water from the River District and whether there would be some in-kind donation consideration or anything like that for this project.
Yeah, well, I think I just want to explain that there's two entities with the River District. So this is part of the enterprise. So we have a business aspect that runs our water marketing program, and through the different reservoirs and different water supplies that we have and we lease to other people. So that's the business side of the River District. And that's where this water is being leased from and purchased. CFP, as we gave the grant to you guys just approved, we also, through the CFP program, have provided some funds to this project as well to help with the regional support and regional collective effort to match to the CWCB grant. And so those are the two, and I just want to explain some of the background there. In a sense, yes, we have provided some discount through, or not discount, but through some monies through CFP to help with this, the leasing of this water for the suffering.
Okay, so
Did that
that money
answer?
is moving from the CFCP program to the enterprise budget.
Correct. Yep. Actually, and it's the way that we actually operated this was we sent it to the Roaring Fork Conservancy. They applied for it, so we sent it to them, and then they are going to be paying. They have an agreement with CWCB, and it's a CWCB who purchased that water.
Get your answer?
Sort of.
Yeah. I have a
It's only
question.
getting more complex. I'm sorry.
No, I understand it. It's just more around the collaboration for a solution for which all the river users will benefit from, and the need to sort of buy that from a main beneficiary of the river as well. It's just a philosophical
And
probe.
Something I think we'll discuss in future years if they come back. Sorry, I didn't.
No worries.
Yeah, because I know that was part of our concern about funding it for 5 years versus 1 year. Because we'd like to see a broader discussion on funding mechanisms for years to come.
I have sort of a point of order question for John or Laura. What makes a resolution an informal resolution?
Yeah, so it's actually defined by the charter. And what we're talking about with the amount of money here wouldn't normally fall within. Lisa actually came to me and had questions about this, and we thought the safest bet was to make sure this came back before you. The way the Home Rule Charter lays it out, it probably wouldn't need to, the amount of money we're talking about. But given that there was substantial discussion in the work section and questions, we wanted to bring this back before the board.
So it doesn't qualify for a full resolution.
Well, it's an informal resolution. It's still a resolution, but you don't
Okay.
need to have two reads. You don't need to have a substantial public hearing on it, some of those differences.
Okay. Any other questions?
But we can have a public hearing if we so choose.
Yeah.
We can do whatever we want.
Within reason. I'm looking for a motion for an informal resolution authorizing the BOCC to enter into a contract with the Roaring Fork Conservancy to fund environmental winter flows on the Frying Pan River. Okay, I'll move it.
Make that motion.
Okay, good. Thanks, Steve.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank
Aye.
you, thank you all
Aye.
for coming
Aye.
today.
Thanks for coming in
Thank you.
again.
Thank
Rick.
you.
Thank
See
you,
you.
April. Okay, these are individual consideration items, which are a public hearing, and these are second readings. And the first one is an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing the renewal of open space and trails agricultural leases between the Board of County Commissioners and Grange Family Ranches LLC for Emma North, Two Roots Farm LLC for Emma Schoolhouse, South and Mather House, Alec Parker for Glacier Lease A, Tony Wagner for Grace Open Space, and Ty Bertard for Thompson Divide Ranch. And Drew is going to talk to us about that.
All right, hello again. Drew with Open Space and Trails. And we do have one change from the first reading, and that is just the lease rate for Glacier Lease A, which was previously being negotiated. We have a set lease rate of $650 per year, which is a change. And as I mentioned in the last reading, that was a rate increase that we were going to have on that property. So that's increasing from $450 per year. But that is.
Pat our coffers there. Okay, does anybody have questions for Drew or Paul about these leases?
I just want to thank you for clarifying the change.
Well, this
Any
is a
addition?
public hearing, so if anybody in the room or online would like to comment on this, now's your chance.
I guess I have a question if nobody's raised
yeah,
their
go ahead,
hand.
Greg.
Just, have you had much input, feedback from the lessees about rising costs and what are your projections for the way everything's getting more expensive,
Yes.
presumably including the leases?
Yeah, so definitely inputs are getting more expensive, and that's, everything from fertilizer cost, fuel costs, things like that are expensive for our Hague properties. So that's something that we're monitoring and working with our lessees on, as far as trying to maintain adequate fertility in those fields, but really dialing in a application program that makes the most sense with the cost of inputs these days. So.
Right. I'm just wondering if we're going to see larger needs for subsidies, or if it's something they can pay more and pass it along. Who knows? Depending on what they're doing, I guess. I guess a bale of hay is getting more expensive all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're passing that along. Yeah.
I could comment on that. I think that these leases are so incredibly affordable compared to owning your own land that is the subsidy. And, all the producers are facing rising costs. And so
Do you mean the
I
lease
would
rates
think
could go
twice
up?
about further subsidies on these leases, as much as I want to support local farming and ranching, because these leases are such a deal.
Well, I think that's what I meant. What I'm wondering is, are the lease rates appropriate for, because it is a subsidy in a huge
Yeah.
way, but it's something we want. If we can't raise the rates, then the subsidy goes up, right? Then we're paying for it. So just wondering what the thoughts are about that. Is it on a scale that is tied to everything else, CPI or whatever you guys tie it to?
I think Drew's done a really good job of tying those lease rates to the cost of hay and how productive those fields are.
Right.
So that's how he's based those lease rates.
Gotcha.
It seems appropriate. We get a pretty good deal out of just plain stewardship and
Oh yeah,
for sure.
weed management and having extra set of eyes on there. Many of our properties have public access through and
Using the water.
using water appropriately.
I appreciate
Beneficially.
that.
Beneficially.
I appreciate that we need people to look after those lands. If we're building our open space inventory and ag land inventory, we definitely need those partnerships. So I'm not suggesting it's not a good deal for everybody. I'm just wondering if we're going to see a different balance in the way things are paid for.
Yeah, trying to be very logical. And Drew, you can add to how you've come up with those costs based on them.
Yeah, sure. So it was actually something that's in our policy, which is relatively new, is to look at agricultural statistics for the area. We are taking the low end of those agricultural statistics for our lease rates, but they do reflect regional lease rates that we have in our area. Again, they're very low.
And that's is that coming from CSU or Ag Extension or?
Yeah, so the rates that I'm basing these off of come from our custom rate survey, which is a CSU extension report. It's issued every year, I believe, from our ag business team.
Great.
And it's based on, it's regional, it's, but it's a good general guideline that we can look at. Again, they're very affordable for this area, particularly our valley.
If the Ag Extension agent ever comes up, or whatever, the CSU, the brain trust from CSU ever comes up, it'd be fun to meet them. If you ever have a plan, they're coming to visit or look around or anything, I think it'd be great to bring them in and introduce them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'll certainly keep that in mind. They do occasionally tour Western Colorado and things like that from Fort Collins. So
I'd love to know about that and invite them to come see us, or I'll meet with them. Or
that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll show them our pivot.
Patty.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Paul said about the fact we get so much benefit back. as far as, and we'd have to have open space and trails monitoring and providing these services on these properties if it wasn't for these sustainable ag leases that we do. And I think when we first started that program, it was amazing, and it's just continued to evolve, and I think it's appreciated across the valley. So thank you guys for what you're doing out there.
Didn't we have a leasing, Marigold? Do we still have them?
Yes.
Oh, and they're not on the list, so was that renewed at a different time, or?
It'll be renewed at, let me check when their lease.
I think we went through that process back in 2021, and I think it's a 5-year lease.
Yep.
So
it'll-
they just hasn't terminated.
Okay.
Or come up.
I didn't know whether we got information about the leases every year, but just when they're up for renewal, unless there's an issue.
Right.
Just when they're up for renewal, we do review the leases every year, just internally, just to make sure that all the lessees are in good standing with the lease terms.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, I'll open it up for public hearing, or did I already do that? I don't think I did.
It's always better to do it twice. Than
Yeah,
not do it.
so I'll open it up if there's anybody who'd like to comment. I think I did open it up already, and nobody came forward, so now I'm gonna close it. So I'm closing the public hearing and looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the renewal of open space and trails agricultural leases. And I could list them all, but I'll just do it quickly. Grange Family Ranches, Emma North, Two Roots Farm for Emma Schoolhouse, South and the Mather House, Alex Parker for Glacier Lease, and Tony Wagner for Grace Open Space, and Ty Bertard for the Thompson Divide Ranch.
I'll second that.
If there are no further comments, I'll look for everybody's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Right?
It passes 5-0. Thank you very much, guys.
Rich, you're doing a great job getting us through today.
One more. Our next one.
Wheatley.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's not, you guys aren't going anywhere.
So our next one is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an agricultural lease of the Wheatley open space between the Board of County Commissioners and Wheatley Tract 2 LLC. Back to you, Drew.
So for this, we do not have any changes from first reading until today.
Except I don't get potato blossoms, I get alfalfa blooms.
Only on the edges to help.
Only till
with
they're
decadence.
15%, then you're gonna get cut.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry about that. Don't get you see a full purple field of alfalfa, not good farming.
I'll remember that, but good when you see it on potatoes.
Okay, any more questions? All right, I'll look for a motion.
A public hearing.
Oh, yeah, public hearing. Anybody in the public who wishes to comment on the Wheatley lease? Anybody online?
Oh,
Please
Steve's
raise your
got a hand up.
Looks like Steve.
Steve?
I wanted to give a little bit of history about Wheatley. The Wheatley Railroad siding was a place where the people would unload and unload cattle and sheep onto the railroad cars. So the people from, the Basalt area would load cattle there or down by Emma, either one, onto the cars to take them to Denver to the stockyards to be sold over there. And people who were grazing sheep out in the desert in Utah or farther western Colorado would bring their sheep up, and they would unload them there at Wheatley. And then they would herd them up in my instance, they would go up Snowmass Creek Road or Capitol Creek Road to take the livestock up to the different ranches. And they would also use the siding there to load potatoes onto the box cars when they were sorting potatoes in the wintertime. And they spent a lot of time in their potato cellars in the cold in the wintertime sorting potatoes. So that wide spot there by the Rio Grande Trail going through the Wheatley place was, a very important part of the local agriculture in the past history when the trains were running.
Did they drive the sheep? Did they drive the sheep up 82 to get over to up to Snowmass or just across, I guess?
I think the sheep walked
I
back.
think they would just go across, and then I was
put 'em in
told they would
Teslas.
graze them. They would take a week to drive the sheep up, clear up to like where Connie Harvey's ranch is. Used to be a sheep ranch. And they would just graze along the side of the road and move the sheep slowly to take advantage of the grass along the edge of the road.
Yeah, imagine that today.
I think it'd be fun.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance authorizing the agricultural lease of the Wheatley open space.
I'll second that.
Francie, you might want to officially close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
You guys are on track.
All right, I'm going to officially
Back in my day, the
close
sheep
public
walked both
hearing.
ways.
Both.
All right, it's officially closed.
In the snow?
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 We are on a roll
Passes
today.
5-0.
you.
Well, we drive our cattle on
Thanks for coming.
133 and on Catherine Store Road, and oh my God, people love it.
I
Occasionally
used to
we
get
get an
stuck behind
angry.
it all the time. I loved it.
Sometimes we get an angry person, but most of the people love it. It's just so funny.
Rancy, you know what I would do? I would take a picture of the backside of the cows walking down the road and send it to my family in California. They're like, what? We thought the traffic on the, the 210 freeway was bad, but.
Let's see. Now we have an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title IX of the Pitkin County Code, Section 9.08.130, regarding definitions and repealing and reenacting Title IX, Section 9.12, regarding the road maintenance and management plan. And Brian, take it away.
Great, thank you. I'm Brian Pettit, I'm the Public Works Director for the county.
And I'm Scott Mattice, the Deputy Public Works Director for the county.
Great. And we're here to talk about the road maintenance and management plan. This is gives staff guidance on how to manage and maintain all the county roads. And it gives residents and visitors an opportunity to understand their expectations for living on different county roads because we maintain them all differently. So we've gone over this several times now, and we've made many suggestions for changes to Title IX through the Road Maintenance Management Plan. Those are listed, and we can talk about any of those. But I think what I want to focus on is really the gate change for Castle Creek and Maroon Creek roads. I think we'll have some people here that would like to talk about that. So before I get into that, I do want to acknowledge we did receive an email last week from the Castle Creek Caucus and Joe Wells. I do want to frankly apologize. We should have included the caucus in discussions. However, when we were talking about the gates, we were really looking at stakeholders that were directly impacted by that. And we had several meetings that Scott will talk about a little bit later in our presentation. And during those meetings, we asked who else should be included in this conversation because we wanted to make sure everyone was included. We expanded that group a little bit, but no one in that group really acknowledged that Joe should be included. And so I want to make that apology public, and I think we've that opinion from the caucus in writing through that email.
Can I ask a question? I think we got an email, was it yesterday or the day before, from Morgan Boyles regarding
Yesterday,
the same
yeah.
thing? And I think Braun Hutz, right, they were included in the conversation, I believe. He said that you'd met a few times.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Just
Morgan.
wanted, for the record, to acknowledge that we got that letter as well.
Great.
Okay. And I had another question. If it's specific to the Castle Creek gate, we can wait, or I could bring it up now. The question was, in the event that it's before November 15th and you're plowing, is there any way you can plow and accumulate snow on the side that can be pushed back over after the 15th to accommodate John's horse-drawn sleighs? Like, is there a way we can stockpile snow on the road so the road can be open until the deadline, but then it's easier to close if snow happens to exist there? Is that a possibility? Just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and maybe I'll go into the presentation and make sure that we address your question, Greg, because I think we need to talk about that. But
Thanks.
before we get there, I guess the reason we're talking about closing the gate on a firm date, which is what the group had negotiated to, was November 15th. This included the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of Wildlife, was it Parks and Wildlife now? So they were there as well, representing their constituents. And really, the negotiation was, what date do we want to settle on? And because, as we know and we've talked about, the more different needs we have on county roads and Forest Service roads, frankly, the more objective the closure needs to be, so people can plan for it and have an expectation for that road closure. 30 years ago, that give and take was a little easier because there wasn't such a diverse need for access. Now that diversity has really put it upon public agencies to set a date in order for people to understand when they can access the road and when they can't. So that was really the genesis of why we really wanted to settle on a specific timeline for gate closure. And so we entered into the public process, and again, Scott will illuminate how that negotiation occurred and who was involved. And we settled back on November 15th. Originally, we were looking at the last hunting season, and to close it after that hunting season. That's what Parks and Wildlife was really advocating for. But listening to the stakeholders that were intimately impacted, we moved it back to November 15th for that closure time. With regard to plowing, so we would plow up till that date and close the gate. We could place the snow along the side of the road that could be brought back into the road, but I wouldn't want to be obscuring the travel lanes. I think we'd have a safety problem that we would be impacted by. But, you know.
So you couldn't keep one lane open and the other lane store the snow? That's too much.
I think it'd be too much. I think we would have, you know, some conflict for traffic, head-on-head situation. And we would want to, if the road's open, we want to keep the road open to its full extent. It could come to pass that if there's a lot of accumulation on November 10th or whatever, that snow could be placed immediately adjacent to the road for use later. But
okay, last question was, what's the original CPW preferred closure for the end of the season? What's the end of hunting season? What date is that?
It's getting later and later. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Late
but
November
I remember
or-
Curtis being here,
29th?
and he said they keep moving later. But it's decided, and it's like a 5-year, I think, kind of agreement they have for those dates. But I don't remember exactly. His recommendation was the 28th, which I believe was actually maybe between 3rd and 4th, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm sorry.
And you can kind of anticipate the date getting pushed into December as if the warming trend continues, for instance.
right. So yes, it was. I remember that just the end of November. I don't remember the specific
Thank you.
date. But with that, Scott, why don't you talk about your process in engaging the stakeholders over the 3-meeting timeline?
Yeah, you bet. So currently, the ramp or road maintenance and management plan says on or around November 15th, which provides some flexibility to close it as needed. However, in November of 21, winter didn't show up till about the 22nd or so. So there were some folks that had scheduled around that 15th date, and we left the gate open because it hadn't snowed or snowed very little. At that time, we decided we should get this group together and start looking at other options and sticking to a hard date. Spring of last year, we started rallying with our partners from the Forest Service and Parks and Wildlife. And again, like Brian said, CPW, suggested a little later date. We reached out to the group of pretty much local residents in the areas of both these gates. I think I'm going to name all of them. I might forget one. Pine Creek, Ashcroft Ski Touring, Braun Huts, T-Lazy 7, U.S. Forest Service, Division of Wildlife, and then again, just the local residents that are in the area. I thought the 28th was a good date. In those meetings we had originally, we went back and forth a couple times, mostly virtually because we were still in COVID times, and agreed on that 15th date when we presented to you finally. I'm trying to think so that was basically the back and forth. We tried to keep that group there in the loop as when we were coming forward to the BOCC to make sure they knew that there was we were trying to just keep pursuing this process. It was going to happen hopefully last year, but then we noticed when we pulled the road maintenance and management plan, there's other changes to be made. So it took a little longer than we thought. And again, tried to communicate that to this group as much as possible, back and forth, that we were just being delayed because of other changes needing to be made in that document.
Can I ask a quick question, Francis, just about why is the T Lazy 7 in on the Castle Creek closure? I assume their Maroons has a clear interest for them, but do they have an interest up Castle Creek?
They're listed together in the road maintenance and management plan. The
Okay,
closures
got
on
it.
those two roads are grouped together.
At the same time? Okay.
That's why we include the Forest Service as well, because of the access to Maroon Bells.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question. So with that, you know, you're going to hear opinions on both sides of this issue.
I won't go there again, Brian.
And what staff is really trying to do is make this objective and get it out of a subjective situation that we have right now, so that people can have expectations for road closures.
On the topic, since we're talking about both roads at the same time, is there a gate closure issue with Maroon Creek Road that we're going to hear about today? Time schedule, or has that been part of the discussion, or is this just specifically Castle Creek?
As far as we understood, it was mostly Castle that T Lazy 7 specifically supported that 15th date.
Right.
Yeah, that it worked for them as well.
Okay, I get it.
But it is a change for both roads, just to be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I bet some of the hockey and ice skaters would love for it to be open later.
Any other questions from the board before I open it for the
No,
public?
I'd love to hear from the public, especially Joe Wells, I know is on, so.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room who would like to talk about this issue? I believe there are.
Want to come up? Is John going to talk? Craig, John, we got about 4 of them here already, 4 or 5.
I'm coming too.
Do you want my seat?
I need help with hearing, so I'm gonna ask Greg Ward to stand by.
Okay. Come on up.
Is this public comment, or what are we?
Yes, it is.
Why are you putting me here?
Because you need to be on TV.
You're on trial.
So winter plowing, I can't, as you know, I'm deaf, and electronically, this doesn't work for me. So I'll do as best I can, so I heard bits and pieces of what was said over here. But, so I sent you all something November 3rd, which I never got a response from. And that was that I was told by Scott that BOCC is approved to clearly allow snow plowing until November 15th. I don't believe that's the case. I don't know when that happened or under what authority that was made. So that's one question.
Isn't that what we're doing today?
No, Brian, no,
Do you
we're
want to
closing
answer
the
that,
gate.
Brian? I think it'd be
Sure.
helpful.
I
Make
think
sure
that.
John can hear, though, because John needs.
Yeah, and can you hear me, John?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. What it may be referring to is the process that we're going through, but that change is part of what we're talking about today.
But it was changed already or
No,
hasn't been?
it hasn't been,
Then
but
what authority was it done this year?
because it has been done in the past, just from.
It's never been done in the past.
That's, well, we can have this discussion later, but I've been
It's
doing
not a
this job
discussion,
about
it's a fact.
30 years, and we have removed snow up there.
That's
We do every year. But the snow removal has occurred on Maroon Creek and Castle Creek to some extent.
I've been there 36 years and never seen it. Have you ever seen it?
No? No?
Okay,
So I'm
All
not
right, let's
sure.
keep it to
But
John
I
for
don't
now.
understand. The previous document said no snow plowing in the winter. There was a sign that said no snow plowing in the winter.
Yeah.
The sign was removed this year, and the plows came up and plowed the road and jeopardized our business.
Yeah.
Jeopardized communities' use of over the snow. So you're saying that somewhere, I mean, I got what he wrote here. He said, BOCC approved to clearly allow snow plowing until November 15th. So when was it clearly approved by the BOCC to allow snow plowing until November 15th? That was my question to you guys. My question to you, my question to the county manager. When was that approved?
So I was working off the recommendation made last year I think it was the spring when we went before you guys, when we made that recommendation of the 15th. And that's where we just lived in this in between once we started pulling the other parts of the ramp apart. So we were acting on the recommendation made from last spring. And that's where when we left at that time, we felt like the 15th was the selected, moving forward, that would be the date. And so we acted on that recommendation.
Okay. Okay, the second is the fixed gate closure. What was said just now about that?
That the recommendation is for November 5th. Well, there's two things. One is the change is to have it firm on November 15th for closure. And then the other is the opening date, which I don't think is in question, which is May 15th.
Yeah, we have no problem with that.
Those two things.
But on or about May 15th?
No, they're both solid dates. Currently, it's.
You know, I've said this to you guys. I think Patty was maybe on the board years ago when we talked about the November 15th date. I think you or Rachel said at the time, we're not determining the opening and closing of the gate on hunting seasons. And, you know, we compromised. Scott was, Brian was sitting next to me at that meeting. He called me a complainer, and I said, I'm the complainer in chief. You know, I'm helping my employees. I'm helping the Bronze System, ACES, and other people. So we lost Thanksgiving in our business because of that. Because obviously November 15th, Thanksgiving could be 4 days or, 7 days later. It depends, right? So we lost that. So at least we had on or about. So if we had 4 feet of snow on November 12th, we'd close the gate. In fact, you guys had for years a really nice big electronic sign that said gate will be closed, after the first snowfall, I think it said, or a major snowfall. So I just don't understand what's changed and why you would change it. I mean, it's in the same, you go to the opening of the gate. Why would Castle Creek Road not have any snow on it and your gate be closed on May 15th? People going to the Bronze System are getting out and putting skis on their back and hiking up the road. For what reason? We can't get facility workers into our restaurant. For what reason? We can't run snowmobiles over pavement, and what happens is the sections of the road melt out. And for 30-odd years, we would actually pay to clean it out. You guys would call and you'd say, sure, go ahead and clean it out. Because we're packing it for skiing. So we're compressing it. And so it builds up in certain parts of it. So one part of it will have no snow, another part of it will have 4 feet of snow. So that's the opening of the gate. It's crazy to set a fixed date. The closing of the gate is the same thing. It's crazy. It's Mother Nature. I mean, we sat here and couldn't say anything at a previous meeting on this issue. And we're hearing them telling you it ought to be open until the 28th of November. Well, that was ridiculous. And obviously they backed off of that. Then they went down to the 23rd of November. Then they went back to the 15th, and now they want to subtract the on or about. So we disagree with the on or about, and we disagree with the snow plowing, and I think we'll hear from Craig.
Yeah, Greg, to your question about can you plow the snow off the road on the side and stockpile it? Well, what you're doing is when you expose that pavement, you warm the pavement up with the sun. And so even if you put the snow back on, it'll melt right away because the pavement's already warm. So the key to skiing up there on the road, whether it's for the Ashcroft ski touring, people going to the Pine Creek Cookhouse, people going to the Brown Huts, you need to have the snow on the road as soon as you get snow. The quicker you can pack it, the longer it will stay. If you scrape it off just even 4 inches compacted might compact to a half an inch or a third of an inch. If you scrape that away, it'll take weeks before you get more snow to actually compact it again. So I think the key is not only close the gate on November 15th, but don't plow after October 15th. We want that snow on the road. It's a recreational benefit. There's a handful of hunters that go up there, and it is a handful of hunters. And for them to impact, 4, 5, 6,000 people every winter is ridiculous. This is a ski area. We're a ski town. We want to keep the snow on that road, starting at the King Cabin after the 15th of October. You don't want to plow it off.
Okay, so I think we hear you and really appreciate your comments, and I think there's some other people who are here who might want to make comment. And I think there's somebody online, and we will definitely get back to you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it was not a negotiated date. That's another thing. If Morgan Boyles were here, he would tell you that he never negotiated a date of November 15th.
All right, thank you.
Can I just do a point of clarification? Brian, would you just clarify for me, this is a public road, right?
Correct, it's county
So
road.
public
It's county road.
It's a county public road, which means we have to look at all the public who might want to access that road.
Let's
So
not get too deep.
I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thanks, Francie.
Can I just comment too, real quick? Sorry. Just in regards to John's comment about the gate opening on the other end, I think Stevie maybe mentioned or questioned in the last meeting, the first meeting. We've worked with John and those guys up there in the past. So if they had some fixes to make or things to make, we can open and let access happen. We can move snow to help get some of those things facilitated beforehand, like we've done in the past. And I think moving forward, I would hope that's still a relationship and an option for operations. If we needed to help folks on either on T-Lazy 7 or anybody up Castle Creek, that we could have the authority to move snow if we need to help folks get things done up there.
I think we talked, if you had a refrigerator breakdown at
Yeah,
Pike Creek,
we
we
did. We
would
talked about it last
facilitate maintenance of that refrigerator.
Yeah, so just on the opening end of that, it would be nice to have some freedom to do that if needed.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
How's it going? So I'm T-Lazy 7, Jesse Dean. So dad's Rick Dean. So as you know, Maroon Creek's gotten a lot more traffic in the past few years as far as fall traffic. People want to go up and enjoy the ice skating up there, the hunters, just people traveling from out of town to enjoy the area. So that's where the fall closure has been coming into effect with us, because just the last few years, specifically, the ice skating's become very, very popular up there. So for our side of the company, with the weird weather patterns that have been changing throughout the years, it's very unpredictable to have guaranteed storms. We may only get one storm before the holidays, and the holidays kind of sink or swim the entire ranch, as well as the Maroon Creek Valley for cross-country skiers and people going up there to enjoy that area. So like he was saying, if you do plow off that one little bit of snow, putting it even to the side, the ambient temperature of that road really does raise. And the cold weather freezes it, but if it's off to the side, it just heats back up and that snow melts right away. So that is the issue with plowing, because if you do plow right up until the 15th, then that 5-foot or 3-foot storm that we got, it doesn't make any difference, because if it's off to the side, it gets pushed off and it melted and gone. And you may not get another storm for everyone, not even the ranch, the snowmobile company, but as well as the cross-country skiers, the bikers, anyone wanting to get up that valley. And it being a public road, it's very important for anyone to be able to get up there and enjoy that area. And that's where you're losing a lot of that way of getting up there. Like Wilcox was saying, for being a ski town, that's one of the big attractions for the area, is to be able to cross-country ski up in there, in that valley in the wintertime, and to have that closure to be able to go up there and enjoy the Mother Nature, the critters running around, and the lower impact of human travel, which that's be cars on that road. So on our side, it's big and important for us to have the guaranteed closure date, because just being able to have that guarantee for the ranch to be able to get all of our gear up there set up, as well as working with the Forest Service. They close down the ranger station in October, and then they have that whole long period of time where there's no one up there regulating that entire valley to make sure that people are minding their P's and Q's and being the stewards of the land, making sure that that area is taken care of. So we go up there, and once the gates close, we take over and make sure that we're doing our part to make sure that no one's throwing trash around or having fires around the lake, and just respecting the entire valley as a whole, as we've done for over 100 years now. So it's really important on our side, because we want to be able to be the stewards of the land and protect that entire valley. But if you have it open and plowed and all that area, that makes it difficult because then we're just out of control of what's going on up there. Forest Service isn't up there. The road and county, you guys don't have enough resources to be able to keep it plowed safely if we do get that one big storm. So that's where we were saying the good closure date is like having a firm one in our valley specifically, as well as having the flexibility if there is a bigger storm that does come in. You guys are going to have a hard time being able to keep that plowed or potentially keep it plowed and safe for that manner, because you can't do one lane because it just isn't safe for other people, because people aren't going to stay in that one lane because 2 lanes mean 2 lanes. So on our side, that flexibility is important for us, as well as having a hard closure date just for a guarantee for the community, so they know that, hey, after that, I can, if I want to get to the lake, I take my bike up there to go cross-country skiing or to go ice skating. But before that, if there is that one big storm of the year, then there has to be a little bit of variance in it, because as we know, the fluctuations with weather patterns anymore, it could be after, but it could be way before, and then that'd be the only storm that we get for the entire community to be able to get up that area and enjoy that
Okay,
valley.
so for clarification, you're recommending that we have a hard closure date, let's say the latest possible date would be November 15th, but before that, you want to see flexibility on the, with the maintenance people, that if there is a big snowstorm, they're not going to plow it. Is that what you're saying?
And having, well, or closing the road even up to where the rangers, or to the gate closure is, having the wording to where there is ability to close it if there is a substantial storm that comes in, where they don't want to, where they can't even have the resources to be able to get up there, as well as being able to help the community as well as the ranch be able to thrive and keep that road open to the public and accessible to all people. And I think that's what we were saying. And in the springtime, not so much an issue because it does melt out. There will be the pockets going up throughout where the darker areas are that don't get sunlight. So like Wilcox was saying, there's some spots that dry out very early and some spots that have 5 feet of snow. But after the 15th, you guys just run the loaders up there and clean it off and scrape it out. But on our side, yeah, having a little bit more flexibility in the fall is important to us, because sometimes there is a big storm.
Yeah.
But having a hard closure date for the community, because then they understand, okay, well, after the 15th, if we want to get up there and skate, we just get everyone's e-bikes together and cruise on up there and enjoy it. It's part of the experience. But having that firm closure helps everyone else just mentally, so then they know how to prepare. But having the wording to have the option to close earlier if need be with the weird weather.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Jesse.
Thanks,
Okay.
Jesse. Thanks for
And
coming
we
in.
have somebody online, Rosa?
Hi, Joe Wells is online.
Are you recognizing me?
Is that you,
Madam
Joe?
Chair?
Is that
Yes.
Joe? Yes, we are.
You know, my problem with this issue is you have a list of users that Public Works has presented to you. Almost all of those users can go elsewhere to do what their user group does. Obviously, Ashcroft Ski Touring can't go anywhere. It's a fully approved ski area. You know, I would think you would want a fully approved ski area to succeed. And they can't make snow. I'm sure the ski company doesn't plow their roads out up till November 15th. Yeah, it's an established use that I think you have to recognize and give deference to, as opposed to some of these other user groups. You have other roads you close. You close Little Annie Road. You close Midnight Mine Road. You know, we may get early season snow, and then we may not get snow for a while. So, in my opinion, it's important to preserve the snow that we have when we get it. So, that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else online? And is there anybody else in the room who'd like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners, and I do have a question. So what about the suggestion to keep the road open but don't plow it? Is that a feasible solution?
Well, operationally, sure. We don't have to plow where we don't have to plow. The challenge is people are going to drive as far as they possibly can. And with the types of vehicles that frankly hunters have, they're gonna go pretty far in that snow. And we've had trouble with people getting stuck in snow-covered situations, not only on these two roads, but also throughout the county. So I think that's the issue. I think it's from a public safety standpoint, I would be concerned about not maintaining a road that is open, especially a paved road that have the popularity of Maroon Creek and Castle Creek.
So we're taking on a lot of liability and responsibility for people perhaps getting into trouble up there. Laura?
Might not be liability so much as ethical or moral obligations for health, safety, welfare that this board is obligated with. You know, folks can make really bad decisions, and sometimes they have to own those bad decisions. That's different than the board having liability for them having made those bad decisions. But the board is empowered by the statutes to restrict vehicular traffic during periods when snowpack conditions are likely to exist. And the state legislature promulgated that because there was concern about folks being put in situations they put themselves in that can result in life safety risks, right? This board makes those decisions day in and day out. You have the ability to make those decisions.
Kelly?
Steve has questions, so you can go first.
Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. I like the idea that's been presented by both parties who spoke there at the table to have the hard closure date be November 15th, but allowing flexibility that if there is a big storm before that time, that it not be plowed, and that the county would have the option of closing the road sooner in those years when there is a big storm in early, say early November. Now, I think if there's a big storm in September or in early October, we don't want to close the road then. I mean, those storms happen occasionally. I don't think we should start packing the snow down on the road until maybe November 1st or thereabouts. But on my own personal driveway, the first snowfalls that happen, I intentionally do not plow the road. We drive on the snow to pack it down and let the road, our road base and the gravel all freeze into the base of the road. So then when I do start plowing later, I'm not plowing the gravel off because it's all frozen. We have a really good base. And I could see that one possible solution would be, if there is a snowfall, perhaps the Ashcroft Ski Touring could groom the snow clear up to the, farther up the road even beyond the, I can't remember the name, is it called the Kellogg Cabin, where the Montezuma Basin Road and the Lindley Hut Road, those two, where the road split up there. Maybe they could groom the road that far and pack it down where a pickup truck would have no trouble negotiating that if the road is, the snow is packed down. A passenger car or two-wheel drive car might have problem negotiating that, but a pickup truck I don't think would. So I think that would be actually a viable option. I'm thinking that we should not approve this today and continue it and have some further discussion about this idea of still having the November 15th, a hard closure date, and have the flexibility of closing it earlier or not plowing the snow, but start packing it down earlier than that. Thank you.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I guess I was wondering, do hunters have opportunities to park before the gate and leave their cars for weeks at a time?
Yes, they can park below the gate.
On both roads?
Yeah. Maroon Creek is more difficult, but Castle Creek for sure.
Yeah. There's no parking area at the gate of Maroon Creek.
Yeah. There's a pull-out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to close my eyes and drive
Yeah.
up the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you could
Good,
fit
thank you.
15.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering if, you know, where do we shift the burden? Whose burden gets shifted? Right? This is really what we're trying to balance here.
Or whose recreation.
You know, yeah. But I think we've all accepted that recreation is something we value and something we want to support and cultivate. So, you know, whose burden gets shifted? And I guess I just wonder if there's opportunities to shift the burden onto the hunters. Have we balanced that with the opportunities to shift the burdens onto the skiers? Is what I'm trying to sort of sort through here. I wonder, is there an opportunity to groom along the road on Castle Creek for a track and a snowmobile trail that would serve the same purpose until the road is closed for that temporary period of time?
Who would do that?
I mean, I would offer maybe we do that. You know,
We don't do
if we're talking
tracking and
about
snowmobile
10
track.
days, you know, of a difference. Is that something that the county could contribute to balance this? And I just don't know enough about if that's even feasible.
I don't know if we have snow track. I don't think we have the equipment in Public Works.
Yeah, Public Works
Well,
would.
but our Nordic Council definitely has all that equipment.
But not there. Brian, did you want to
Okay,
respond to
I'm
Kelly?
trying to think out of the box here and
No,
like
I
find a
appreciate-
balance of solutions, you know, in a creative way.
And there's an easement issue
for
too, I
a
think.
for a tricky situation.
Well, I wonder if that's possible, if then,
You know, if
John's
we
crews
pay them
could
to
do
do it
that.
or
Yeah,
something.
because if they're grooming during the winter, could they groom during that time off the road? That's what I don't know. If that's available to happen now, why isn't that happening now?
Good question, Kelly.
Yeah, and so the proposed date was a date that tried to draw a middle ground, I think, between different stakeholders that we're hearing from, regardless of negotiated or not. You know, it was, we clearly had one group pushing towards the end of November, another group who's trying to preserve the snow for snow sports. I do question how much, if we we're going to have a closure, we're talking pre-November 15th, even if we're packing snow and such, if we have trucks driving over that and grooming and that sort of thing, how much we're going to be preserving prior to November 15th, at least in most years. There may be some years. I think, Kelly, where you were going, this is really the conversation is which interests are you trying to develop a compromise between multiple interests? Is there an interest that you feel may be better served with an earlier closure? I think we are concerned that basically if we don't have a real closure date here, staff is basically negotiating between these interests and satisfying nobody every year. That's basically what happens.
Yes.
And unless, the snow just doesn't come until later. And so if there's an interest that you think makes more sense to serve with this public asset, then maybe we make that, you all make that choice and we have an earlier closure and we can communicate that. And it may be the hunters that I think, as you're suggesting, Kelly, and if it's earlier, they may be hiking in more. And you're going to hear from that community. You'll hear from them. And if it's later, then we're, potentially impacting snowfall if and when it comes earlier.
Did you have more, Kelly?
No, thank you.
Greg?
Just chewing over.
Thanks, John. I guess I'm intrigued by Steve's proposal that we continue it only because I would love to hear the CPW and Forest Service weigh in if we really are looking out for the interests of hunters and other public other than the skiing recreationalists. They're not even in the room. So I'm a little concerned about that. But I'd have to say, they would be the first ones I would throw under the bus because I buy the argument that we're a ski town and a ski community, and I think the numbers of people who are interested in skiing and the snow access are probably greater. I'm going to make that assumption. So I don't think, what I'm hearing is we need a fixed date to close this road. We can't leave it open and be wishy-washy depending on the snowfall. But I would advocate and propose that we make it earlier. What if we said November 7th? That gives Wilcox 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, or at least 2 full weeks. You know, would that work? Would that be better? You know, winter's coming later every year, so I think we have to acknowledge that we've lost a couple frost-free days. Is it half a day each season or something like that? So we're seeing that trend, but I understand the need to prepare. The other comment I was going to make is, John, you have ski trails. John Wilcox had the ski tour operation has ski trails that aren't on the road. The road's a county road. He has ski trails that follow the river and go across the meadows and all that. I don't know what their status is early season, but it's not as if this is the only ski trail to Ashcroft, as I understand it. So I'm a little confused by that. That may be enough to justify proposing a continuance, as Steve has suggested, or I'd be happy today to set an earlier date of November 7th and say, let's just lock it in and tell the hunters, too bad, we're a ski town. Thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, this is a tough one, of course, trying to balance everybody's interest. As far as Aspen Mountain, back of Aspen Mountain, those are dirt roads, correct?
Correct.
Different issue.
Yes.
Than a paved road. So let's just throw that one out the window, and we're not even going to go there. I was not, when Steve mentioned continuance, we've been continuing this for 2 years now, trying to listen to all the concerns and trying to come up with something workable. Public safety is a huge issue. We've had people get trapped up there before. We don't want to be sending people up there in their pickup trucks to God only knows where we can't notify them. A storm comes up, we don't know that they're up there. We don't want to create a situation like that. I think the issue as to whether or not there could be track setting off the road in that 2-week interim, you know, just to provide for that access is something I need to hear more about, because I don't think that's, I think we discussed it, but I can't really remember what the concern was as to why that wasn't being proposed. So I just need clarification on that. And you know what? I would be okay with doing a 3-year trial or something. Let's just see how it works. We do that a lot, and if something comes back in a year and we're finding out it's failing, we can bring it back. This isn't set in stone or in snow or in ice for the rest of our lives. This is something we need to try to see if it's going to work for those. Climate change, we wish we had control over, we don't. You know, public access on a public road is important, but there comes a time and a place where, you know, what is the public? Is it a private entity? Does that allow us to, you know, to restrict our public from using a public road? So Greg's idea about the 7th, let's just pick a date, maybe try it for 3 years, bring it back in a year or so if we're finding out there's the blatant issues that have come to our attention. Or again, provide us more information as to the opportunity to provide some level of track, snowmobile and or cross-country skiing up to I don't even know how many miles it would be to provide that access if we did a firm closure on the 15th. And one last thing, it's my understanding we decided on a firm closure date so the public would know for sure. This is the date that road is closed, and that was one of the reasons we picked that. Sorry, she already closed public comment. She's in charge. She's the boss.
It doesn't look like
You
I
can
am,
open
does
it
it?
up again.
Yeah.
So, Brian, yeah, I told you I wasn't going to do this, but I am. So I have been in favor of the flexible approach from the beginning, starting whenever we started talking about it a year ago or whatever. I don't see a problem with the flexible approach, except for occasionally, you know, some hunter gets stuck up there or something. I mean, I really, it seems like we should be trying to say yes as often as we can to as many people as we can. So, and the flexible dates, from my perspective, seem to be the way to do that. That it's not like hunters can't go hunting, because the road's closed because we had a snowstorm, they could just put on their sorels and walk, you know, I mean, or their skis, depending on how creative a hunter they are. So I would have a hard time passing this today now that I've heard the public comment. I thought I was going to after our last conversation, but I can't find any reason not to keep it flexible. I just haven't been convinced, except for, I realize it's probably inconvenient for you guys and you're sort of on tenterhooks waiting to see what you're supposed to be doing when. I could see that would be not very enjoyable situation to be in. But we don't have enough big early storms. I don't think that this is a huge deal, really. I think we had 6 inches at my house in September this year, but you know that went away. So I don't see those big Halloween storms like we used to get. I haven't seen those in a long time. And so it seems to me that if we had a flexible closing date with a hard closing date of the 15th or whatever, that it might solve a whole lot of people's problems and occasionally create more hiking for a few hunters. I don't know. That's just my thought.
This year, we had early storms in October that we had pressure to close the gate in October.
And the snow stayed. Was it late in October?
We have pictures of the 15th where it wasn't a whole lot of snow up there by the November 15th date. But we had some large storms in October that created that. What do we do? It snowed a lot. Do we not plow it? Do we plow it? Public safety, we probably should plow it. So it's happening. Our idea, again, like Patty mentioned, would be to select a date, put it on the giant variable message sign, which we do now, and we put on or around the 15th, which if you are from whatever state that's not here or local from Denver, you're going for a drive in your all-terrain vehicle or whatever you're driving, it snowed, like what is substantial snow, right? You're going to drive until the gate or you're going to drive till you get stuck properly, and that's happening. We're not just seeing locals using these roads because they're paved. The change of condition doesn't happen until they're in a foot of snow and now they go, now what? Or whatever the case may be. So that was our recommendation in a closure date where we can advertise it, put it in the newspaper, put it on a variable message sign, make aluminum signs at the gates that are well marked, well displayed. So hopefully on that date at 6 a.m. or whatever we decided that the gate is closed, and if you're above it, it's a little bit of you drove past the giant flashy sign. Enjoy your,
Call us
Well,
when you
I
get
was
home.
picturing actually not
In the
leaving the
spring.
gate open if we had an early snow. I was thinking that if you had a big snow at Halloween like we used to have, that then you would close it and it would say road closed, and it would say it wherever people go for that information. Not that you would leave it open for people to go in and get stuck, but that would be the date that you would close.
So the challenge with that is if it didn't snow until, let's say, October 13th, there's 0 snow, and you're up camping, say, Express Creek, Pearl, Montezuma Basin, it closed on the 14th. We now close the gate on the 14th because it snowed that morning.
You're on the wrong
There's now
side.
campers up there trying to go one way or the other, and that's happened. Not a lot, but it does happen, and so that's what we're trying to prevent. And then, staff has to go further and further to look for them. On these later closures, they don't have to drive as far because there's usually a foot of snow at, as you start getting up Express and Pearl, pretty quickly there's a lot of snow, and there's not usually snow tracks, so they don't have to investigate any further. But they are making sweeps now before they close those gates.
If I can, I would prefer not to have any gates on any road at all, just to be clear with everyone. I mean, because we run into the situation. And I think in our mind, we try to picture the snowstorm that's going to close the road. That really doesn't happen. We get an inch, we get a half inch. Do we close it then? It puts staff in a very difficult position in balancing all the different interests of those areas. People wanting to drive up to go ice skating up Maroon Creek Road, for instance. That's the latest pressure. That people want to see that gate open as long as possible. So if there's an inch of snow on there, they're like, hey, what'd you close the gate for? Because I can easily drive up to that lake and go ice skating.
How far is the gate from the lake?
Was it 10 miles?
Oh, it's way down. It's not where the Forest Service. It's not where the Forest Service thing is. It's way down there. Okay.
Just
By the
past-
llamas.
By the llamas at T. Lazy's house.
Can I just make a suggestion? I just am wondering if we're trying to balance here, for me, like hunters getting caught up there and just some realistic planning, like can we just tie this to the hunting seasons? You know, like I don't know how to read these charts. Okay, I'm not a
Hunting seasons.
hunter. I think what I'm reading is that the second hunting season closes November 6th. Then the third hunting season opens November 12th. You know, so maybe we like close it in between those. And so you're out for after November 6th. So November 8th, give people 2 days, they're out. You know, close it on November 9th. There's more gain, I think, to the snow. The third hunting season, it is clear they are not going to get up there because they're not. They shouldn't. Maybe they're starting their hike a few days early, but maybe not 3 or 4 days early. You know, I don't know. I just wonder if that threads a needle a little bit to try and close these a little bit earlier with some certainty, and that there shouldn't really be any hunters, hopefully feasibly tied up in that. But I don't know enough about that world to offer that recommendation without potential unintended consequences. So that's my suggestion.
I don't know how set those hunting dates are. That's a concern. CPW flips those dates around on a pretty regular basis. So it could be the 6th this year, and next year it could be the 10th, but the third season starting on the 16th. I mean,
And maybe that's the reason to hear from them.
That's
to understand
that's the
better.
reason we looked at the 28th and then went, that date isn't set in stone. So, but correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, that's right. And that we brought you the best alternative that we found through that public outreach that we created. Staff doesn't have any vesting in what date that is, but we brought you the best date that we felt based on what we heard from the group that we were working with, which was a cross-section of everybody that has interest in road access and road closure.
You felt like that was the best compromise.
Absolutely. That's why we brought it to you.
And so if we pass to this today, or if we decided to move it back, are we going to hear from a different group of people?
Yeah, if we close the gate on the 7th and there's 0 snow on the road's pavement for the next 15 days, the skaters will be concerned, the hiker, you know, that there's no access for the public. Let's not say hunters versus skiers, but just access in general will be closed on a dry paved road. So we thought the 15th was tends to snow around that date and become packed.
Well, it could be true on the 15th as well.
It seems like there's options for everybody regardless of the conditions based on what your preferences choose. I mean, you can still walk on the road, right? You can ride your bike on the road. You can, there's other, just as like if we close it and you're a hunter, you can ski up to hunt.
Or walk, or you could cross-country ski if you can get around the gate, if there's snow on the road. I have a question. So
Yeah.
is there any further information, though, about the ability to track alongside the road from that section that, I think Greg brought that up? Greg, did you bring that up?
Yeah, he did.
Is there a right-of-way issue? Is there equipment issue? Is there what?
Ashcroft Ski Touring has trails that lead all the way down to Ashcroft that aren't on the road. I don't know if they're open or not, but John could address that. But you know, he does have other options for skiing, and I suppose ACES, who just sent us a letter on to this today, and others would have similar comment about using those trails. But I don't know. That hasn't come up here, which is a surprise to me.
Well, I can't imagine the county taking that on, to be honest.
No, we're not
You
going to
know.
No, I'm not
We
saying
don't-
us
we
take
wouldn't
it
do
out. I'm saying if there's already
Okay,
equipment.
just to be
in.
sure, like, I don't want to suddenly have this thing where we're maintaining a ski trail all the way up either of those roads.
No, I was just asking if there is an opportunity for that to occur. I don't have that information before me. Are there issues with easements, equipment, et cetera?
So what do we need if we decide to continue it today? What is it we need in order to get to a decision? What are you guys looking for so that you can make a decision? Steve, how about you? You're the one who suggested that.
One of the issues has to do with the big game hunting seasons. CPW keeps changing the dates. Every year the dates are different, the seasons are different. There are seasons that go on beyond after November 15th. I was just looking on the calendar for last year. And traditionally too, the 4th season is the one season where a bull elk, a spike elk could be taken, but a spike elk couldn't be taken in the first 3 seasons. It could be taken in the 4th season, which a lot of the local hunters would go hunting in the fourth season traditionally, because they could shoot a spike elk, they would have more opportunities to fill their license in that case. So irregardless, it looks to me like if we do close it on November 15th, we are going to be closing it before the final hunting seasons are over. And potentially leaving some more likely local hunters would be the ones hunting later. The out-of-state hunters want to go for a big bull. They're going to come in one of the earlier seasons anyhow. I personally would like to continue this and have some little bit further discussion to look at the relation to the big game hunting season, and to explore the idea of changing the wording to say that November 15th would be a hard closure, but the road could be closed earlier pending earlier with maybe a date of November 1st. The road could be closed anytime after November 1st, depending on road and weather conditions, and for sure it would be closed on November 15th. So that kind of flexible language, I think, is what I would prefer. That's closer to what CDOT uses for Independence Pass. They'll have a November 8th approximate closing date, but they will close it earlier than that if the conditions are such that they really feel they need to close it because it's getting too dangerous, too hard to maintain. That's what I would like to see.
Steve, can I ask a clarifying question? Would you be, would it be acceptable under your proposal if staff came up with a hard number, say, of snowfall at the Aspen water plant or something like that, that would qualify for that? Well, I know, but I'm just looking for something objective, because I can guarantee you the same folks who are here with concerns today and that the stakeholders we're talking about, we're just going to create that window of debate and interest again. So I'm for staff's sake, I'm just looking for, would you be open to us trying to establish some objective criteria there for that closure?
Well, my concern about where we're going right now.
I would, for sure.
My concern is, Steve, you say we need more discussion, but we can talk forever, and I want to know what specific information we need so that we can make a decision other than further discussion. Patty?
I specifically asked for information as to the opportunity to do any kind of setting tracks or whatever off of the road. What that would entail, who's got the equipment, if there's easements, etc. We don't. That was something that was brought up, and I don't think we have clear direction. I think Steve's point about John's right. What is, everybody has a different opinion as to, some people like it when we have a ton of snow, some people hate it. So that would be a really, really difficult call for staff to make. I would rather I'd rather move this forward today with technically I will bring it back in a certain period of time, evaluate the impacts and what we found. But if the board is not comfortable in doing that, the information I would like is regarding any other opportunities for users is associated with cross-country skiing and the ability to access Pine Creek Cookhouse.
You want to move this particular resolution forward today?
I
with the
could
possibility of changing it once we have data.
Right, but if the board is going to continue it, I would like specific information related to what I just said, which is.
Yeah. Greg?
I would add, to that information, I would just ask, how many tags are sold? How many big game tags are sold? How many hunters? I've heard from Craig Ward that there are only 5 or 6, but there are 6,000 skiers. I'm trying to figure out what will the hunters community say, and maybe you have that information already. You could address that if you want, but I was going to, I'd be happy to make a motion if we want to get this taken care of. But I would fix it. I'd make a motion to fix it at an earlier date, November 10th, for instance, and just say, okay, we're going to push it forward. We're going to make it a fixed closure, and we're going to leave it alone, and we'll come back next year and see who's yelling at us. I could make a motion that we accept it at November 10th under the same terms.
You
and
could,
go
are
from there.
you?
I will. But if there's a I'll need a second and a conversation, of course.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
I'll raise discussion. Again, I mean, November 10th works for me this year, based on this information of when the hunting season is gonna end, but I feel like it makes more sense to understand, like, what is that period of time between hunting seasons and in and around
It changes every year.
November 5th to 15th and cut it off there. Well, we can say that. I mean, I don't know why we can't say, like, 2 days after, second hunting season ends, the road closes.
Scott?
So when we had Curtis here from Division of Wildlife, he recommended the 28th. That was their recommendation for the hunting seasons. When I asked him if he wanted to come back before you guys, he felt comfortable with whatever decision you made. His recommendation was that 28th, but he understood as we were moving to the 15th, he supports the decision made. I don't want to speak for him specifically, but that was a year ago. When I reached out to him recently, he understood.
He could have been here. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll keep my motion unamended.
What was your motion again?
November 10th. Same motion, put the date pushed to November 10th, solid closure.
What was wrong with the 9th or the 11th?
That's for both roads, right? I
But
just
I'm
wanna
gonna
make sure I understand.
suggest both roads. Yeah.
Is that followed a
That's how it was
Sunday?
presented to us.
Well, I guess I wouldn't jump right on that because I feel like Brian and Scott did some outreach and came up with the 15th as the best possible compromise. I'm not sure 5 days is gonna change their lives that much, but I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe once in 20 years, you'd have a snowstorm between the 10th and the 15th. I mean,
But if you're a hunter, you're not gonna be stuck behind the gate after November 6th, and you're not gonna drive past the gate after November 10th, because your hunting season hasn't started.
I'm thinking this saves the Pitkin County road budget. I'm saving you money here. Something else to consider.
I'm just confused.
Steve,
What day
your
did we
hand
do?
is up. Did you want to say something else?
Yes. I could actually stick with the November 15th like Patty suggested and try it for a year or two. But I would put it into the regulation that the Board of County Commissioners and Road and Bridge staff will review this at a state certain, whether it be in 1 year. I mean, at this point, the next closure would be next November, so it actually would be kind of 2 years out from today's date, when we should review this policy and see how it worked in the first year. And I would be okay with doing that too.
Point of order here.
Go ahead and give it a try, and then we will find out how
We have
it
a
works
motion and a
and
second
be able
already.
to adjust it from there.
But we do have a motion on the table for closing on the 10th,
And it's been seconded.
and it's been seconded.
Let's clear that
If
up,
I
because
could-
I have another motion.
Could I say something before we
Yes,
before
of
we
course.
vote?
Yes.
I think the ones who would have the most to, as I understand it, the most to lose, depending on a later closure, the 15th seems to be objectionable to the skiing community here, which includes the touring centers and the hut systems and the cross-country center and ACES, who does their operations up there apparently occasionally. I would say let's err on the side of closing earlier to accommodate them, because they're gonna be the ones coming back to yell at us if we plow when their early season snow was all they got. So I'm just gonna suggest we stick with the earlier date and try that for a year and see just how it shakes out with the hunters and the others who would prefer we end on November 28th. So
All
I'd
right,
like
I
to
think
keep
I'm
my
gonna call the
motion.
vote.
So I'm not gonna attend.
I have a question for clarification. So the 15th, based on the hunting season, what was the proximity versus the 10th?
It's kind of in the middle of
More
it.
days.
Yeah, so that's why, so.
That's right.
So the 10th is a little earlier than the hunting season, where the 15th is probably a better guideline for, I think, all parties involved. Okay, so, thanks, Francie.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. The motion is to close the road on November 15th, both roads. It's-
November 10th.
I mean 10th, and it's a hard close, and it's for both roads, and it would be posted ahead of time and on. So, all those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye.
Over here, me.
I will vote for that.
Oh, two, there's two. Come on, Steve. Can I lobby people?
Well, I was gonna vote no on it.
I'm voting no.
I'm voting no.
Okay, so that motion is dead.
I would like to make a motion.
That's a 2 to 3.
I would like to make a motion to stand by staff's recommendation of November the 15th. And I would like to add a clause in there that this issue will come back to us unless circumstances are such that it needs to be brought back because of public safety issues. The issue come back to us in January of 2025.
5?
Because next year will only give us 1 year
Next
trial.
year is 24.
That'll give us 2 years of trial period to see how this works, unless there's circumstances that staff feels that they need to bring it back sooner.
And that lines up with the road maintenance management plan revisions. We try to do those every 2 years, so
I planned that.
thank you very much.
Could I make is that a motion?
That was my motion.
Oh, I wanted to have a conversation. Nobody seconded it yet.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you,
All
Steve.
right, let's have discussion. Greg?
I think it should come back sooner than 2 years, only because the people who seem to be most affected, the skiers, the Ashcroft ski touring operation, is a pretty large group of people, and they're gonna feel it next year. So why would they have to wait 2 to come back to look at it again?
I can explain that. I said that there could be exceptions that staff could bring it back if circumstances were such that it needed to be brought back sooner. But in alignment with the road management plan,
Okay,
2-year
I
timeframe
see.
makes
I
good
understand
sense.
that. Thank you.
Any other
I
comments
wasn't
on the
closing the
motion?
door to public comment. Don't look at me, I'm not.
Any other comments?
Would you like to extend this conversation to some of the public who want to add something? Craig Ward wants to add something, but you'd have to reopen public comment.
And
It's your
Jesse's been
choice.
chomping at the bit, and
Jesse
John
will.
probably.
So if we want to continue, keep having a conversation and include them, you'd have to reopen public comment, which is your call as the chair.
Believe it or not, Francie.
Sure, guys, bring it on. Public
Case
comment
study in
is
our board
open.
dynamics, by the
Again,
way.
can we reopen the public comment after we've closed it?
Yeah, you can
on up.
reopen it. I mean, you're still noticed for the item.
My question is just.
You have to come up, please.
Get on the mic.
My question
Would
is
you
just a
state your name again, please?
My name is Craig Ward.
Thank you.
I'm on the Brown Hut system. My clarification to help Brian and Scott is if we have a hard closure on the 10th or the 15th or whenever we assume that date, if we do have a large snowstorm on the 30th of October, are they to plow the road all the way up until the closure? Or are they going to leave the snow on the road? That's all. That's just a clarification, and wanted you to incorporate that into your decision.
That is in the decision in my, I
And
think that's in the
staff's understanding, or at least staff's recommendation to the board was if the road is open, we're maintaining that for public safety purposes. So if there is to Craig's point, if there is a change in expectation or a difference in expectation, staff certainly needs to know that.
That's what I heard Brian say. Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to comment? Okay, you do have to identify yourself.
Jesse Dean with T Lazy 7. So when you guys were asking on like easement and kind of use on why they're not using trails to get stuff up there. So if they're doing the sleigh rides, it's a lot harder on the animals to be pulling a sleigh on a multi-angled trail that's not really designed for that. So it's harder on the animals as well as the machinery. So that'd be one of the big reasons. So same with the ranch. With our tours early season, it's going on the road because we don't have enough snow to be operating on our trails because it's a lot harder to access them. And then as far as the hunting side, hunting's a great thing if there's less people, less car traffic. So if there is less people on that road, it makes the experience a lot more amazing as far as a hunting side because the animals come out more, they're more natural environment, they're more keen to be in that area. So if you have a lot more cars on that, it's like a highway, they're gonna be hiding out. Where if it's closed, they're natural migration corridor, they're starting to move through and just be animals again on that side of it. And then as far as having a hard closure, with you guys having a hard closure, it makes it very beneficial for just the community because they have a sign up there. They know, okay, it's going to close on the 10th or it's going to close on the 15th. They can see that sign and know that they're not going to be able to go past that. And if they are above it, both gates are right near the both our ranch as well as the King cabin up there, so they're not going to be stranded out there. They can come to one of us, and we can be able to call you guys to get it unlocked to get them through. So it's not like they're going to be stranded there at all. They'll be able to get down and be able to access if they do get stranded above the gate at any of those times. So
If there's not
All right.
if there's not snow,
Thank
but if
you,
there is
Jesse.
snow, they probably wouldn't want to be up there anyway. So
Thank you,
that's all I
Jesse.
got. Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
I agree about not having to drive to where you're hunting all the time, but I'm not going to go in there too much.
Help me with what just happened.
Okay.
Nothing yet.
Can you hear me?
Patty, I can't hear a word she says.
Can you hear me?
You I can hear, you I can hear.
All right, I'm going to tell you what just
Patty.
happened. We just opened it up for public comment again.
Yeah.
And so both Craig and Jesse were asking for clarification. And so Craig said, if it's not closed and it snows, will it indefinitely be plowed? And the answer is yes, it will be plowed if the road is open. And then Jesse said that having a hard set date for closure is good, but he didn't think that trails could be maintained between the closure and your facility or his facility because the ground is too irregular and it doesn't make for good skiing or particularly hard on the horses if they're pulling the sleigh. That's where we've been. Would you like to make further comment?
Yes, I would. So, you're jeopardizing our Christmas season if you plow the road until November 15th. You almost did this year. We got lucky because we got snow. But by doing that, you're jeopardizing. The second thing is 36 years I've been there. There's never been an accident on that road. There's been people stuck on that road, but it is not a dangerous road. It doesn't have a drop-off, doesn't have any hills. The third thing I'd like to say is that hunters, it's 2 campsites that they haul their trailers into. It's not the action of hunting because their access to hunting has not changed. They come in ATVs or they walk. That's hunting. Driving is not hunting. So it has to do with 2 campsites pulling in trailers. And one year what we did when we closed it, when we actually closed it earlier, we directed them to park in the 48-hour parking lot for camping, the county parking lot, and it worked out really well. Therefore, no one was stuck up there at the end of the valley with their trailers when the road closed. So I think you're making a dramatic mistake if you think that the road should be plowed. Safety, I don't believe, is an issue. We can talk to the sheriff, see what the records are, if there are accidents. But it has never been plowed for 50 years, 51 years, and not for the 36 years that I've been there. So I don't know where this plowing comes. I think it's erroneous. And I think you ought to maybe table it and do a little more research
All right.
on exactly what the issues
Thank you.
are.
You want to talk to John?
Yeah, John, did you hear the motion? I put a motion out.
I didn't totally hear it.
Okay, the motion is for the closure date of the 15th, but staff we're recommending, where we're asking staff, requiring staff to come back in 2 years with another full evaluation to see what the consequences might have been of the 2 years of closure. Unless there's circumstances during that 2 years that it needs to come back sooner.
So just to do with the plowing, it's been closed
The
for
whole
how many
issue,
years?
we're gonna bring it back in 2 years to see how the closure date worked. And if there's issues within that 2 years that staff feels the board needs to hear about, it can come back to us sooner.
I'm confused. How many years has it been closed on November 15th?
No, we're gonna try it from here on. Forget about the
we've had
past.
it for 10 years.
No. We're doing this starting today. We're gonna do a firm closure, if it voted in, on the 15th with a purview again of the issue in 2 years unless circumstances warrant it come back to us sooner.
So we could be out of business in 2 years.
Well,
All
If
right.
you don't get snow, I mean, there's only so many things we can
You know,
do.
I'm
let's
confused.
not have
Why
an
is the
argument here.
plowing,
I'm not
why
arguing.
is the plowing issue? That would be fine if it wasn't for the plowing issue.
Yeah, I think we understand. Thank you, John. Thank you. We understand your point of view. I understand your point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more comments from the public? Anybody online? No?
We received a letter during this conversation. Does that get entered into the record? Sorry. We received a letter from ACES on the topic, and everybody's copied on it in their email. Is that something we could enter into the
Needs to go
record?
back to Julia, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, what?
It should be entered into the public record, and the way to do that is for staff
Well,
or
it's been
whoever
sent
got
to
CC'd on it, if
yeah,
it's
everybody.
the board, to send it to Julia.
Okay, John and Charlotte are CC, and Brian and Scott.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Is there more discussion? I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there more discussion from the commissioners?
You'll just have to repeat the motion for me.
The motion is that we continue with the we passed the resolution today for closure on November 15th with the caveat that Brian will come, or Scott, or both of them, will come back to us in 2 years with a report on how it's gone. And I imagine it would be open for public hearing at that time. So,
And if there's any issues that come in the interim that staff needs to bring it back, they can bring it back at any time in that 2-year duration. Let's try it.
before we vote, just so you know, I'm not in favor of that. I really believe that it's not a horrible thing to be flexible and to not plow a big snowstorm before November 15th. So that's where I stand. Any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Anybody, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
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 No.
What, Steve?
He said
Said
no.
no.
No. Okay, so the motion does not pass. 1, 2, 4.
At this point, I might make the recommendation that the board does continue this, give staff some time to see if, from the conversation we've heard, we can propose another compromise. I think right now we're maybe starting to do too much work without enough information from the Diaz, so I'll just offer that to the
So,
board.
Steve, do you want to go back to your motion to continue?
Yes, I'll make a motion to continue to a date certain, which, what would be a reasonable date? I think
November
to get,
10.
no, I think maybe a couple of months I would give them to work on this.
Yes, Laura?
So,
Laura's going to
so-
comment on that, Steve, if you can hang on a sec. Laura's going to comment.
And the other thing to consider is whether the board wants to move everything else in this resolution forward except for the question of the dates on these 2 roads, because there is a number of other changes that have been proposed.
Right. The whole list of everything. Yeah, do you want to amend your motion to take that into consideration, Steve?
Yeah, do we have to like split the motion, do one of those split motions, Laura, to?
Yes, I think
can't-
that.
I can't think of the parliamentary words to use.
Yes, I think that's the best approach, Steve.
So then we would sever the closure date from the resolution,
Yes,
but everything else would stand,
yes.
okay?
So I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution except for the Maroon Creek and Castle Creek closure dates, which will be continued to a date certain of
March 8th.
March 8th, 2023.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Yes.
Okay. More discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that one passes, 5-0.
Now I'm going to make a motion to take a little break. Just a short one, gentlemen.
Let's keep it to 5 minutes.
That's all I need.
Be back at 3:13. All right, welcome back. This is a regular meeting of the BOCC on Wednesday, February 8th, and we are moving on to our individual consideration items. This is an emergency ordinance resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Eagle County, Colorado, and the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, regarding the housing of Pitkin County detainees at the Eagle County Jail. And both Alex and Michael are here. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Alex Burchett. I'm the undersheriff of the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. And as Francie, as you said, we are here to discuss an emergency ordinance or emergency hearing for a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the housing of Pitkin County inmates and detainees over in Eagle County. Earlier in January, we were in a position to have to find alternate housing for our Pitkin County detainees, and luckily through a relationship that Sheriff Buglioni and Sheriff Van Beek in Eagle County had, we were able to secure temporary courtesy hold housing in Eagle County. And we're before you today to solidify or to discuss the solidification of a longer-term solution for the housing of those individuals. The terms of the IGA, as you read in the packet, potentially are 120 days with the option to renew 2 30-day renewals. And during that time, we will continue, as we did in Garfield County earlier, we'll continue to transport inmates from Pitkin County over to Eagle County and vice versa, back from Eagle over to Pitkin to be released in our community here in Pitkin County. I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Sheriff Buglioni for any further comment about this, if you do have any.
Did you want to talk, Sheriff?
Yes, it was very thankful to Sheriff Van Beek of Eagle County for allowing us or housing our detainees in his detention center. I think it's a great opportunity to move forward with some of the things that we're doing in our jail here.
Great. Do we have any questions for them? Patty?
Yeah, again, I just want to thank you guys and thank your whole department for moving through this. And also, of course, to reach out to Eagle County, to the sheriff, to the county manager, and to the Board of County Commissioners. Did have the opportunity at our luncheon with Eagle County to sit with Josh Schwell, the Eagle County manager, and Commissioner Jeannie McQueenie, and just it was still in the process of going through and express our appreciation, there's a combo, our gratitude and thanks for them assisting us in this and letting them know that we will be working for some kind of resolution to our situation over here, and again, just appreciating that we were able to reach this agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for your help also. I also had the opportunity Tuesday morning, had coffee with Sheriff Valerio, and to thank him for holding on detainees for the last 2 years.
That's great.
Great. Thank you for doing so.
I'm glad that worked out. I have a question about how long it takes to get from here to there.
The Eagle?
It's
But they-
72.5 miles, and depending on whether or not the Glenwood Canyon is open or not, it could take up to an hour and 15 minutes or so, or much longer, 7 hours to go up and around.
Do you go up and around, or do you just wait?
It depends. It depends on, the classification of the inmate, how quickly we need to get them there, how long they're potentially staying. There's all sorts of operational factors that we have to weigh into that calculation. If we're expecting another inmate to potentially come, we may hold one here and then take 2 and take the northern route. It just depends.
But we have some capacity in our jail, right? So if you have to go 6 hours, you couldn't just wait here at this jail?
We do. If it's a short closure in the canyon, as they have been, with the exception of one last weekend, I think it was, that closed for about 12 hours, we could wait it out here. And even for a 12-hour closure, we could still wait here if we had to.
Mm-hmm. And what's our capacity here now?
5.
Correct. We have 5 in work release and then 2 holding cells. So it just depends on where we want to put people.
And in a holding cell, is it possible for them to stay overnight?
It is. Yes.
We are in the process of making improvements to increase that capacity to 13, so we'd be adding 8 beds.
And we are in the process of hiring a jail commander?
We haven't started that process yet. Dan Felon, who is a sergeant in the jail, has stepped up to be the interim jail commander while we work through what the nuances of that process will look like.
And have we approved the budget for making changes to raise it to 13?
So we had funding that will be coming, that we had leftover, basically savings from our previous jail project. So we'll be looking to roll those dollars over. But when we had those appropriations and we had this situation, we went ahead and entered into emergency contract with FCI to make these improvements.
And they're underway.
They're in the beginning stages of
Yeah.
review.
Yeah.
I have a related question. Do we think those will be done within the 120 plus 60-day window?
We're going to be right on that line, which is why we made the decision to contract against those appropriations that we had in place.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Greg?
Just wondering when's the next time we'll be hearing from you all about this, about the progress on the jail and the situation? Are we going to get an update? Is there anything else on the books already for the next step?
Well, so when do you want us?
Well, and so, Greg, we're going to be doing a debrief with our criminal. Well, first of all, we had a subgroup from our criminal justice coordinating committee that included Kelly, who did jail tours and program tours, and so we're going to first do a debrief with our consultants from Justice Planners next week with that subgroup so that we can collect all the observations from the folks that participate. And we had like Brian Olson from Snowmass PD, you know, folks from our staff, Kelly,
the DA's
human, yeah,
office came.
yeah. So we had a good cross section. We're going to compile that into a report for our Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. Do we have that meeting set up yet?
It's
Alex?
the next monthly meeting in March.
The next monthly meeting in March, where we'll develop a set of recommendations that comes back to you for what we should be considering for programming. So it'll either be late March or early April that we'll be planning to come back to this board with that information.
Okay, so we've got a schedule around a timeline, and it's all making sense.
We have a path forward.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Just good to know.
So great it worked out like that. Any other comments or questions?
And this will come back to you on February 22nd for the confirmatory hearing and public comment.
Okay.
So, would you like a motion?
Yes, I'd love a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass on first reading on emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Eagle County, Colorado, and the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado regarding the housing of Pickens County detainees at the Eagle County Jail.
I can second that, and with a comment.
Okay.
Only to thank our new sheriff, Buglioni, and Alex for the hard work you've all done, and our staff for having done this, and to Sheriff Van Beek for understanding and stepping up and helping us with this. So thank you for the work you've done to transition into the job, and all systems go.
That's right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Steve,
I'm in favor
thank you.
of this. I did miss nearly all the discussion. There was some technical difficulty that I wasn't receiving the signal from the Zoom, and I'm not sure what was happening.
Okay. Any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, gentlemen.
It passes.
Thank you all.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
your
coming.
patience.
Thank you,
Bet.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No worries.
Okay, now we have land use items, and we had a resolution denying the Redstone Pastures LLC request for visually constrained and constrained height TDR, and I believe we are going to continue this. Is that correct, Suzanne?
Correct. Just a request to continue to February 22nd.
February 22nd. Wow, that's pretty soon.
Continuing this long item.
Tammy's there, and it sounds like Jocelyn Wood may be as well.
I do see
Who's-
Tammy.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
What does our February 22nd agenda look like? Do you have any idea?
I know you have Turnabout Ranch on that agenda is the big land use item. I believe we have one other smaller land use item.
This is not small.
Yeah, because I know sometimes we
big.
continue things to an agenda that's already packed, and then it becomes really packed. So I just wanted to note that, so.
Again, that's just, yeah, I was gonna say that's just the land use piece. I don't know the rest of it.
Those two at the same meeting could be long.
But we could have the same public comment in the room. Yeah, so I just didn't know if you wanted to take a look at that.
Yeah, thank you. Are you looking it up, John?
John's not quite sure what his head bobbing over there is doing.
We do have a appeal of the denial of the STR license.
And we're not sure if that's going to go or not, but we don't know yet. Right now it's scheduled there, but it may come off.
The beavers are coming back, I think.
But land use.
Second reading.
But we have
Yeah,
turnabout.
land use public hearings, right now you have minor amendment.
Mike.
Is your mic on?
I apologize. So, on land use public hearings, you have the request to extend the hours on the gravel pit, so that will probably take a little bit of time. I think you'll have some public comment on that. Turnabout Ranch, which will probably take a little bit of time. And I'd imagine this one will have quite a bit of conversation in it too. You do not have a lot of items ahead of that, though. You have 6 items. 3 of which are second reading, and 2 of which look to be consent.
I just wanted to bring that up for the board to note if there's an issue or concern.
Well, even if we spent 2 hours on each of those topics, we'd still be out of here at 5
At 10.
or something. So,
We would have to caution to putting a bunch of first readings on that agenda.
yeah.
So that's up to Francie and Greg.
On Thursday. Tomorrow.
Remind me.
Tomorrow at the Capitol Creek Cabin. I'm okay with the 22nd then. I think if we're careful from not to pile it up any more than it already is. So we need a motion then?
Oh, wait,
please?
it's a public hearing now, so we need a public hearing? Continue the public hearing?
What do I say?
You open the public hearing, see if there's anybody, and then continue it.
All right, is there anybody in the public who wishes to comment on the continuance of the Redstone Pastures, denying the Redstone Pastures request for constrained sites? I don't believe there is. All right, so do I leave the public hearing open until it's heard on the 22nd? So
I'll make a motion to continue this item and continue the public hearing until February the 22nd.
Second.
all those in favor, please say aye.
From Jocelyn at all?
Jocelyn, did you want to fill us in on anything we need to know?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we had gotten some input from both staff and from CPW, from Wildlife, that sort of changed really what I'm hoping is staff's opinion on this, on our application, and I don't know that, but we're gonna plan to supplement our application with just a short memorandum, which we'll get to Tammy maybe tomorrow so that it can be in your packets for the 22nd. And, you know, we discovered from Wildlife that there's more elk calving area on the property than we previously had understood from the historic maps that we took off of Picken Maps and more. Between that and a couple other issues that Tammy had, you know, just raised with us and we researched, we felt like it would be a great opportunity to maybe bump this for 2 weeks so that we could properly address the actual constraints of the parcel.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Tammy, did you want to weigh in at all?
No, that basically summarized it. We did have a couple more questions about the irrigated pasture, which I think Jocelyn's gonna, like she said, provide us with more information about that. So and we were receiving quite a bit of public comment the last minute, that I wanted to include in a nice packet for you guys instead of sending it to you last minute. So,
Okay.
that was staff's.
I have a question.
All right, great, thank you, yeah.
What is the I mean, there's a deadline that you guys have to submit the packets, since it's only 2 weeks away. Is that next week? I just want to make sure everybody's got the information so we don't have a bunch of stuff
Yes.
coming in the night before.
We have to have it completed by Tuesday noon.
Okay, so just so Jocelyn, so you know, Tuesday by noon, all the information has to be in, to be included in our, included in our packet.
Working on it now.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Francie.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue this until February 22nd, and it's been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn and Tammy.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Suzanne.
We'll see you in 2.
Nice to see you, Suzanne.
You too. See me again.
That moves us to open discussion.
Yes, I believe, as Kelly had mentioned yesterday, we have Alex Sanchez with us today to discuss some state legislative issues. And Kelly, I don't know if you want to give any more of an introduction. I think there's an email that circulated.
Yeah. Alex and I had a conversation. He brought some bills to my attention. I have sent an email via Charlotte to all of you with information about the 2 bills and then the 1 bill idea that hasn't been introduced yet. If you don't have haven't had a chance to look at those, I'll ask Alex to give brief summaries on them. I will also just flag that these bills will come up in CCI and CCAT conversations for the county to take a position on, and then that informs how the organizations take positions on these bills. As just a refresher, CCI operates under a supermajority vote, so they need to get 66% of the membership in favor of a position on a legislation for that organization to take a position. CCAT operates under a consensus -2 model, where essentially if there's 2 counties that oppose or block a position, then CCAT will not take a position on those bills. They also, some counties in that kind of decision-making structure will often opt to just say, I can live with this, or I don't care enough to block, related to that consensus decision-making model. And these bills will have been flagged, and you, I think, probably all receive communications from CCAT about those discussions, and recently these have been flagged for discussion. So I'm grateful to have Alex here so we can have this conversation with his input, but they would be bills that we would need to check in on for positions at those organizations too.
Okay.
So Alex, I'm happy to welcome you. Thank you. So nice to see you and have you join us on these priorities for Voces Unidas. And feel free to take them in whatever order you prefer, and then we'll have a discussion. And we do have an executive session we need to move to, so I think our group is anxious to be efficient in our conversations, which we haven't been earlier today, so we don't have a very good track record today, but I'll just say that.
Great. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Commissioner, and hello to everyone. As you know, Voces Unidas is based in the Roaring Fork Valley. We're headquartered in Glenwood Springs. This is sort of my office here in Glenwood, and we were, very, very much invested in ensuring that good policy is passed both at the state level but also at the local level. And I just want to extend my gratitude to your leadership as elected officials. Pickens County has led by example. You all oftentimes are working on policy that we feel is progressive and is meeting some of the needs that our communities have been calling for. We spend a lot of time doing research and polling ourselves on Latinas and Latinos up and down these valleys, as well as the rest of the state of Colorado. And the policies that are for discussion today, and by the way, our newly elected state representative, Elizabeth Velasco, is the prime sponsor of these 3 pieces of legislation, or potential pieces of legislation. The first one is HB 1115. As you may know, there is in law since the 80s a ban on sort of any type of rent control or rent stabilization. So local communities today cannot have that debate. Should this be a tool that communities want to pursue? Many communities may not want to pursue rent control or rent stabilization, but those communities who may want to use this as a tool, along with other strategies, obviously, because rent control or rent stabilization are not a silver bullet alone. What this bill proposes to do is to repeal that ban, to allow local counties and local communities, municipalities to have those conversations, and those elected officials closest to the issue, closest to the housing crisis, can make those choices better than probably the state. And so I think this is what a clean repeal would look like, and that's through HB 1115. Overwhelmingly, 80% of Latinas and Latinos in a sample 1,500 in the whole state of Colorado, whether it be Republican, Independent, or Democrat, support giving local communities more control over some of these tools like rent stabilization and rent control. Voces Unidas comes at this from a mobile home park angle. In some of our communities, particularly in Pickens County, some of the lot rents are as high as $1,300 just to have the privilege of being in that mobile home park. And so it's becoming a crisis, and I think we as Voces Unidas wonder how long are we going to be able to afford to keep workforce close to Aspen. The other valley like Eagle or Vail also has similar challenges. But we feel that some of these local control issues are important so that we can have these debates at the local level with your constituents, with your voters, and with your community. Same for Eagle, same for Garfield, and same for all the other counties that we work in. Happy to pause there and take any questions on HB 1115, or happy to go on to the next, the other two issues.
Keep going.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex, and we'll ask
and we'll
questions after you're
discuss.
done.
Okay.
Great. The next issue that's also another bill that has been introduced is HB 1171. It's the just cause eviction policy. This is to establish in writing some of the protections that both property owners as well as tenants have. So it deals with establishing what are the allowable just causes for eviction. Obviously not paying rent, not following your lease, those sort of obvious. It also establishes what are no cause evictions and what are those remedies for no cause evictions. It also talks about enforcement for violations for both just cause and no cause evictions, as well as some other sort of tenant protections that are in policy in this draft. We've seen an overwhelmingly amount of evictions post the pandemic. Many mobile home park residents, many renters are facing evictions up and down these valleys as well as in the other parts of the state. And this is good policy. It also is informed by the new White House Tenants Bill of Rights that has good state policy principles that are going to keep families thriving, are going to keep families housed, and are going to be able to combine with other policies, make our communities and our workforce stronger with clarity as to what rights they have and what's that due process. So that's House Bill 1171. It has been introduced just like the other local control bill. They're both started at the House and they're in committees.
Okay.
The last issue is just water quality. It has not yet been introduced. It will be one of Representative Velasco's main bill. This is informed by the very residents of the Roaring Fork Valley. What we have found through our research is approximately 40% of mobile home parks do not drink their water. I grew up in a mobile home park in the Aspen Basalt mobile home park, and we have normalized this. It's been more than 20, 30 years where residents just keep on buying bottled water at the grocery store instead of drinking their own. People are complaining about health conditions. People are getting sick. People are not able to wash their clothes because it stains. It's red water. It's the odor. And so what this bill is proposing to do is to have the state the Department of Public Health and Environment conduct a study and conduct an action plan through testing of mobile home parks. There's approximately 800 mobile home parks across the state of Colorado. 89 are in the greater Roaring Fork Valley and Eagle Valley region. And they would do sort of a test to identify what's in the water, what's caught, some of it will be bacteria, other will be sort of hard minerals. We probably are going to identify some infrastructure challenges, and future bills would try to then provide remedies and incentives for both park owners, park residents, as well as potentially municipalities to be able to invest in that infrastructure work that probably most likely will be needed long term. This first proposal of a bill would start with that action plan and testing of the water, and then address anything that's obviously a public health concern, which in some parks, that is what's happening. It is bacteria, it is sewage being contaminating drinkable water, and it becomes a public health issue. So that's that bill that most likely will be introduced late February, and then we're happy to send that fact sheet when that becomes available for that bill.
Can I ask what that bill will actually be called? It's just water quality mobile home park or something?
Water quality in Colorado's mobile home parks is the tentative title of that bill.
Thanks.
And so it's just a bill to study the water supply in the mobile home parks, but then there'd be a future bill to solve the problems?
We know that infrastructure will cost money. And so either, do you legislate and force it on park owners, and then those park owners push it onto the tenants, which we're also trying to prevent, or can we find additional money in the future? This first bill is going to do, yes, a study. We're calling it an action plan because part of it is actually testing water. So the CDPHE will have the mandate to go out to mobile home parks and the authority to do so, and be able to begin to sample the water of some of these mobile home parks to identify if it's either if it's the source or if it's the water facility that's providing water to that park. And part of that action plan will identify some of the remediation, and we know remediation will probably deal with resources. So those are going to be future bills that we would also have to pass to be able to get the funding and incentives to be able to do this work.
So it's really a plan for future action.
Yeah.
Okay. Kelly? Or
I have thank you for being here, and thank you for pointing these three bills out to us. I think the first bill about rent control is going to be a broader discussion, so I know the Board of County Commissioners will be involved in that at many different levels across the state. The other two, and I don't know if you've heard about Prosperity Now. It's an organization out of Washington, D.C. They also have an I'm Home conference. I've attended that a couple of times in the past, and actually spoke about the Phillips Trailer Court at one of their conventions. It's a great organization. They really do focus on mobile home parks. If you don't have a connection, let me know, and I'll get you directly in contact with them. It's a great resource. And as far as the one about water in mobile home parks, I live in a mobile home park. I've been part of what we've done with the mobile home parks in Pickens County with all of them. My concern is something I think we need to be careful of, or just address, because we want to make sure we're protecting public health, is that these water quality issues in many cases may come back to the homeowners of the people who own the mobile homes, and that could be a substantial cost to them, and that would be my funding concern, because as we know, a lot of those families or individuals who live in those homes don't have the financial resources. But yeah, and to me, it should be a no-brainer that Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment should just be going there and test water quality. I mean, that is a direct correlation to public health. So I think these are all three bills that I think will have an interest here in following up with. So thank you very much.
Can I just organize the conversation a little bit for us?
Yeah.
Because I think we should maybe defer a position on the water quality bill till we actually see the language of the bill as just practice. I am supportive of the concept. I think it's great. But I think just as a practice, we'll wait to see that language.
I wasn't taking a position.
I know. I'm just saying, trying to organize this conversation. We've been asked on the rent control bill. I've been asked as a member of CCAT to bring a position forward to our meeting on the 13th of how Pickens County stands on the issue, so that CCAT can know how they stand on the issue.
Like next Monday?
Is that when the 13th is? Yeah. Yeah. So if we can come to a discussion right now on that, or come to a position on that, that would be very helpful, because it's in committee, I believe, next week.
And it's not saying yes or no to rent control, it's saying we should localize control or the ability to make a decision about rent control.
Yeah, I mean, the language of the bill is one paragraph. It just strikes the language that prohibits local
So
action
it means
on
we
it.
can't, technically, right now, we can't even discuss it
What do you mean?
with that prohibition.
Right, right. We can't decide if we want to do something like that, how we might do something like that, whether we'd go to the voters for permission to do something like that, like nothing
Yeah.
at this point. So that's what the rent control, the repeal of that prohibition is doing in that bill.
Makes
I would
it
be in
pretty
favor of
simple.
that.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy one to say, yeah, we need to pursue that, just to have the opportunity to have those discussions at a local level.
Steve, do you want to speak to that?
I had a question for Alex. What sponsors does Liz have on her two bills? Do you have a list of the other legislators who have signed on?
Yeah, the HB 1115, which is the repeal of the ban on local control of rents. It's Representative Marbury. He's from the Denver metro area. Representative Velasco on the House, and then Senator Rodriguez on the Senate side. These have been debates that have been had since the 80s. We did a poll last year that I think inspired sort of these new push for this bill, but those are sort of the sponsors on the Senate and the House right now. I've spoken to the Speaker. I've spoken to all the other Central Mountain representatives and sort of gauge sort of where they're at. I think it's a lively debate and lively conversation that absolutely should be had, and we believe that those of you elected at the local level are probably best equipped to determine whether it's the right tool for us, for you, in what conditions and what other conditions you will put on those policies.
And if I could
And
just
how
add,
about
Steve, I would.
the 1171?
Steve, can I
So,
just, can I just note there's 23 sponsors on the rent control bill, like, total.
I want to, can I?
Well, Steve's not finished. Hang on one
He's
second.
going to 1171. I
You
still
want
have
to
more
comment
this.
on that one?
Well, I'm the only thing I'm concerned about is this is pretty new to me. It may be discussed for many years. It's new to me, but I'm wondering how new it would be to our adjoining counties. And you mentioned it sounded like a very high number of mobile home parks in the three adjoining counties. And I'm just wondering, there certainly seems to be an argument for having a statewide law when you have adjoining counties with mobile home parks where one has rent control and one doesn't. And I'm just wondering what that does to the economics and the flow of rents and tenants. And I'd like to understand this better because I'm not sure what Garfield County's doing, and I'm not sure what Eagles County's doing. I'm thinking about the parks up and down our valley and other adjoining areas, and I don't know if we're talking about rent control. It's not just mobile home parks.
It's
just rent control in particular. I think this warrants a bigger discussion. I think it's a good topic to discuss. I don't want to take a position on it either way yet because I don't think I know enough. Thanks.
Okay, Steve, do you want to talk about the next bill? You had some more to say?
Well, on the 1115, I would tend to be in favor of that because it is a local control issue, which I think is important. I know that I've heard that mobile home park owners are opposed to this because it could potentially lead to loss of income for them. But standing up for the people, la gente, I think it's important that we support this bill.
Steve froze. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Just to finish your question on House Bill 1117, there are 19 sponsors for that bill. I'm happy to also put in the chat the links to the formal bills. The primary sponsors of those would be Representative Bacon out of Denver, Representative Bosnecker out of Fort Collins, and then on the Senate side, it's going to be, I believe, I want to say it was it was Senator Moreno that signed on to it. But that also has some strong support from both chambers. Like I said, 19 sponsors thus far for that policy, 1117.
1171. Here's Steve's
The
baby
water quality bill that is yet to come will most likely have potentially Senator Roberts out of Eagle County that will be the Senate sponsor. He hasn't, obviously that's not yet, he hasn't yet signed on. He is also looking for the language to read it, but we've been in discussions with him, and then obviously Representative Velasco and several others that have signed on.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage, thank you for support for the rent control bill. I would encourage support for 1171 as a way to give more due process prior to eviction proceedings, while also recognizing sort of fair eviction needs that, do not prevent landlords from being able to issue new leases, sell their properties, things like that, to cancel leases.
I want to speak to that one just a little bit because at our ranch in southern Colorado, we left there for a while and we rented out the ranch and our house to these people who made changes to the building, to the house, even though it was in their lease that they could not, and then refused to move out when their lease was up. And we went before a judge in Durango who sided with them, and we had to pay them for the improvements, and we couldn't move back into our house. So I have a little bit of a biased feeling about taking the eviction power away from the property owner. I mean, I know it's used badly sometimes and can be unfair, but I guess I wouldn't be ready to make a stand on it until I heard a little more about it. Kelly?
Sure. I mean,
I kind of think I'd like to read all these before I decide to throw my weight behind them, and I recommend that we all do that.
Can I just add a little something?
yeah, I think we have some time on 1171. I don't see it calendared for its next hearing if we want to revisit this in next week's open discussion. Yeah.
Patty?
I think one of the greatest concerns for me with mobile home parks is the fact that people in most cases, own their mobile home, and they're evicted from their space with no place to go. And sometimes they're given 24 hours notice, you gotta move and you gotta take your trailer with you. In most cases, trailers built pre-1976 are controlled by HUD and cannot be moved. Some of them who are purchased or built after 1976 can't be moved because of improvements or just the condition. So that is a great concern to me, rather than a home where somebody's living in, but the fact that people are literally thrown off with all of their future, all of their belongings, all their investment in that mobile home, it's gone. It's gone within 24 hours. That's what Prosperity Now is looking at across the country. They have helped with, I think it's 9th Street project down in Denver. I think it was 9th Street, and helping them to try and I don't know what you want to call it, preserve some of their rights as owners of those mobile homes on properties that they lease. So that's a big concern, and it's spreading across the country, and it's becoming more and more prevalent with mobile home park owners.
But this isn't just about mobile homes, is it, the eviction thing?
No, but I think that's a real focus in Colorado with the 800 and some mobile home parks.
Regarding removing the restrictions on rent control and rent stabilization, I'm just trying to think, that's not specific to mobile home. We were talking mobile homes at the end, so
Yeah.
I was applying it all the way across, but that applies to our entire rental market, is that right? So I'd love to have a better idea on what that actually means throughout our, does it apply to high-end rentals? Does it apply to, Section 8 rentals?
So I would say
how do we
the bill
discriminate?
does not deal with any implementation considerations of rent control.
Yeah.
It just removes the prohibition in state law that deals with rents and affordable housing and prohibits any rent control from being able to take place. So that's all it does, is just strike that language. It doesn't create requirements for how rent control might be affected.
And it's only specific to our affordable housing, is that correct? Is that
No.
what you just said?
It's just in the context of It came out of Telluride's affordable housing projects.
That was a legal case that,
Right. I'm not familiar enough with that, so I want to learn about it, but thank you.
All right. Anything else?
May I add just one quick comment that, Voces Unidas only supports a clean repeal, meaning we just want the language stricken so that local governments have that now authority. You all then get to decide under what conditions, what units, what type of housing, how, when, what timelines, what boundaries, and it's now you, local electeds, with your constituents to get to sort of have those debates at the local level. There may be some attempts to add amendments to this very bill, right? And that no longer becomes local control when the state, counties like Broomfield and counties like Adam or counties like Denver try to then dictate what parameters you all would then have at the local level. That it's no longer local controls. The state is now dictating what each community should consider. So we would only support the clean bill repeal, which is what 1115 is now.
Right.
Great,
So
thank you.
did you get 3?
4, I think.
4, okay. And we're gonna wait on 17, and we're not gonna take action on water? Is that where we are?
I think so. I think that's a fair summary.
Okay.
We'll revisit 1171 in a near-term open discussion, Alex, and then when the water quality bill gets introduced as well.
Thank you very much, Alex.
thanks, Alex.
Thanks,
Nice
Alex.
to see
See
you.
you.
And,
Thanks for your time.
Alex, I will try to send you connections with Prosperity
Please
Dow.
do.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, other open discussion, John? Kelly, this is yours from your friends. Board, any open discussion?
One really quick. John, we received a letter today from someone regarding the airport road and people taking the airport, what do you call, frontage road?
Yeah,
and then
the
cutting
slip
into
lane.
traffic. So I know we've talked about it before, and we don't know who's coming from the airport and who's not.
Yeah, and it is a county road. I know Rich is looking into that. It would definitely require board action. I know we've had some challenges with that.
Board,
in the
really? What
past.
kind of board action?
Either to close it,
It's
keep
a
it
county
open?
road. If
It's a
it's an open
county road.
county road.
You mean
So-
people leaving the airport would then have to go through the light?
Yes. Or
Oh
have a
my
pass
God.
or some kind of ticket and a gate, or you
Yeah,
can't.
so
have a-
right now is an open county road, and so we do have people that sometimes choose to try and exit there, and of course when it narrows down to one lane, then you sometimes have 3 lanes of traffic doing it instead of 2.
And they fly down that lane.
And we have talked about it many times over many years.
So where are we with that then? We're,
Rich is looking into it.
okay.
I just didn't know how to address it. Thank
Yep.
you.
I thought you had something, Greg, that you wanted to bring forward today?
It's something that occurred to me and it slipped my mind.
I wrote you
I
about
do
it.
want to have a conversation with open space and perhaps Comm Devon attorneys about TDRs. We've talked about delving deeper into the economic environment and consequences of TDRs, and we all think it's high time we have the conversation. I'd like to get it on a calendar. I think that's all I would
And
say,
I
but I'm
would-
not sure when.
It's my impression
would
we're just
note-
waiting for the
We're
committee.
waiting for the advisory board.
Yeah, so the
Right.
advisory board is
Yeah,
going to be
thank you,
making
Nancy.
some recommendations within all of the growth management tools, and I would encourage you not to get too far ahead of that
Got
committee
it. I
right
think,
now.
I think now you're reminding me. My suggestion was, I wanted to bring Dale in, and make sure Dale has a chance to speak with them, present to them, because I think he has some perspective on TDRs and how they affect the market and conservation easements and appraisals and all sorts of things regarding our open space acquisitions. And I think they should be considering that information also. There may be information that they don't have. Of course, they may have it already. I just want to make sure.
We can, I'll bring that to Kara.
Great, thanks.
I think you wanted to talk about that film, High Country. whether we
Oh,
wanted to.
we talked about it
yes,
yesterday,
thank
didn't
you.
we? Did we talk about
We
that
did
yesterday?
not. So, Greg, we were gonna talk about, but you had to leave the meeting actually. So we talked about that
Okay.
you wanted to talk about it, and thank you for reminding me, Francie.
Right, thank you, yeah.
But wanted to wait for you to be here for that.
I received an email from Paul Anderson, which I think I shared with Charlotte, and you should all have that. I'm fairly certain.
This
but
about
I
his
have
new
it.
book too?
I have it, but I couldn't open the
It's
trailer.
about a film made about the community of Crested Butte by a local over there, talking about community values. And several people from here have seen that film and think it would be relevant to a conversation in our community about community values, and they were wondering if we would support the screening of it and conversations around it, along with several other entities who are helping sponsor. I suggested they reach out to the Explorer, who is always looking for content and panel, and maybe establish something with them. I think they wanted to have a screening at the Wheeler, and they wanted to incur some expense to rent the Wheeler, so they were going to ask us for $2,000. So, in addition
We're
to...
done. We have zero in our.
And so you
Well,
had
we don't have
suggested
zero,
that they
but
come
I
and
get your
present to
point.
us? We have
So I think
$9,000 at
they'd be
the
willing to
station.
come and speak, they would be willing to come and talk to us if we would welcome them. They'll come in and present on what they had in mind and why they think it's a good idea, and they'll share with us who the other sponsors are and what they're trying to accomplish. And I know they're reaching far and wide.
Because this would be huge for Akron, it'd be huge for the Aspen Institute.
Perhaps, yeah.
And the city of Aspen.
And perhaps for us too. Yeah.
So I'd be willing to listen to them if they wanted to come in and talk to us. What kind of time period are we looking at?
I'm thinking soon. They want, of course, they want to come soon. Let me see if I can find that letter,
How
which
much?
you all have.
We've only spent 1,000, and that was for wolves.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's all we've spent so
But we've
far.
had how
But
many-
it's only February.
So
I know, but we've had two other requests for 2,000.
no, I think this one might be getting counted twice. So we have the $1,000 for wolves. I think you left the door open if they needed gap funding at the end for another 1,000. Then we have this $2,000 request coming forward. I'm not aware. It might be you all know about another request, but I'm not aware of another one beyond those
Maybe I'm
two.
doubling up
Yeah.
on this. There just seems like there's more out there, but yeah, you're right. It's only February. It's unusual for us to have this many. We tried. Yeah.
Right. When I asked him for clarification, I think they want to show the film on March 12th at Pepka Auditorium, and the entire program is going to cost them $6,700. They were asking us for somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000, and they are looking at one, two, three, four, maybe five other entities to help sponsor or help put it on with publicity, and they're trying to make a public community event out of it.
So we have to decide.
That's the
soon.
ask. So I would love to have them come in and tell us more about it. If maybe if it's only at public comment at the beginning of a meeting, but I know they'd show up and tell us why, what they're doing and why, and then we can decide. But
Do we have to wait 2 weeks to make a decision on it?
No. So the funds are appropriated, and so the board just has to give direction to staff on how to spend those. We could invite Paul to come in during open discussion next Tuesday and spend a couple minutes talking about the event, and then the board could give direction to staff at that time.
I would love to do that. I'd propose that we would do that, and we would tentatively make a donation of about $1,500 at the bottom end of their ask.
Well, but if we have.
I mean, the movie's about Crested Butte, so I'm a
It's
little.
about community. It's not about Crested Butte.
Well, we need to
know more.
see
Yeah,
that.
so that's why he'll come in and explain it to us.
Plus, if he's getting 5 or 6 other sponsors, that's right there. You've got almost your $6,700. So.
Well, why don't we hear it, and then we can talk
Yeah.
about how much we want to give them.
Well, I will happen to see Paul this evening, so I'll
Let
see
me
if
just
he's
make sure
available.
Steve's on board.
Put
You
him
on
on the
board
spot
with that,
for me.
Steve? Steve says yes, so.
He won't be here.
Well, he'll be here.
He'll probably be here with baby. But I have a process question, maybe. You know, open discussion is great, but we're expanding the horizons of open discussion to having some issues that need longer than open discussion.
We sometimes add time. It's when we're trying to put something on quickly and asking for AIS materials and such, we'd be asking Paul to produce an AIS.
Yeah, but I'm not saying specific to him, but I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
But again, it gives us the opportunity in open discussion, and then say it needs to come back for actual discussion.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I feel like we need more discussion than we can do during open discussion.
Right. And we may need a little bit more lead time to plan that. Yeah.
Okay.
I've sent you the pertinent emails.
We need to go into exec session.
We actually don't.
Oh, we don't need to.
Right? You win cookies. Kelly is baking tonight. No, you're not. It's birthday.
Baking cupcakes.
I'll keep an eye out for him. I did. There was an issue that I needed some attention from you all.
Did you say clean up on aisle 4?
Yes, exactly.
Just checking my hearing here.
I missed that, but I'm like, where did you get that?
Anyway, the issue has been resolved. If anybody wants an update on it, I'll give that to you.
Why don't you shoot us an email?
It has to be.
Yeah. If
Just
you
catch
want to
me
go
the
into exec real quick and hear about it for 5 minutes, I'd be happy to fill you in. But otherwise, the issue's resolved for now, and I can just.
When you see him in the hallway.
I can talk to you about it right now, Francie.
I'd make a
if you
motion that
want.
we don't go into executive session.
About the same as adjourning.
Okay.
Thanks, Rye.
Thank you. Yes, we don't
Give me
need
a
to.
second.
Sorry for the fire.
But I
drill.
would like to hear about it, or you could give me a
I'll
call or
tell you
whatever.
right now.
Whatever works for you.
All right.
I'll second Greg's ad hoc
Adjournment.
motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll third it.
Call the vote, Francie, end the
Better
meeting.
call the vote.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn.
All right. Who's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.
Steve, enjoy
Thank you,
that, baby.
grassroots.